Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
For the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Look who's back.
It's John Bishop.
No, it's Connor Happer.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess we only...
I've been here. You haven't.
It's Mike Schaefer.
When you came in, what was it, last week? Were you here all of last week?
Except for Friday.
Except for Friday.
Right?
So did we
Is that
cross
right?
we cross paths ever last week? Maybe Tuesday of last week? 1 week ago today.
Maybe. When did you leave? You left Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Tuesday.
All right.
Tuesday.
Yeah, because Tuesday was my 1 day here last week. Yes, here we are. Mike says Connor and John in the studio in the same crossover is more rare than the dodo. It's quite possible.
And look who's joined us.
Who's here? Oh my goodness, it's Mike Schaefer.
Yeah, there was like no reaction. I thought I'd even talked. Nobody had said anything. I didn't know what was going on. I was like, am I not even in this room? I can see you guys. I'm in my little Brady Bunch. I'm in my Brady Bunch square down there in the corner. I was a little nervous there.
Yeah.
Wow. So you're hosting this show from your house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have been in studio, but there's enough recruiting stuff that just keeps popping up, and I wasn't going to get out on time. And you guys may have noticed, but traffic in the summer in Lincoln and Omaha is garbage. So then I didn't want to get in at like 2:15 because I got stuck at 144th and I-80, and you can't get anywhere. And
so bad now.
A lot of excuses to say I'm just doing the show from the comfort of my home, and John just has to put up with the fact I'm not going to be in studio. So
I don't blame you. John, is that okay?
I listen, beggars can't be choosers.
Oh, you've been doing the show at home for like the last month, so
honestly, we should have carpooled. If we would have been on our, I easily could have jumped in with you. I could have worked while you were driving, regaled you with the tales of the offers Nebraska has going out and the quality of player coming in for the Boneyard. The battle at the Boneyard on Friday and whatever the hell else I'm doing.
And then I would have fallen asleep and swerved into a ditch.
Wow. Hey, Schaefer, if you had a
Good to know.
If you had a self-driving car.
You had me until Boneyard. Oh, no.
Do you think that you would have been here today if you would have had a self-driving car? If you could have just sat in the passenger seat and worked the entire time?
I don't know how long I would like. I feel like I would need a few experiences to allow myself to go from Lincoln to Omaha in the self-driving car and trust it. Like I don't know how many trial runs I would need before I'm just like, I could do this without having to
really
be in control of the vehicle myself.
Yeah.
So I
would
that whenever it happens for me, it's just going to be this weird eye-opening experience, that I'm just going to have to get used to.
I have weird control issues.
Me too. Like when I'm in a car, I really like driving.
Happer loves to drive.
I love driving. Schaefer, you know this, absolutely. But on this bus ride, I found myself like I really loved it. I was really productive. I got a lot of stuff done during the 6 hours. I caught up on a lot of things. And then I had extra time at the end. And there's only so many things that you could sort of do.
Yeah, there's something about when you're on the bus, because you're on the bus with all these other people, you can get used to it. But like the other week when my son was driving me in to do the ball game. And I was sitting in the back, and not that I was trying to work on anything, but I found myself like looking over this.
100%.
How fast are we going now?
Yep.
You realize there's cops on this interstate, and I'm just like doing this the whole time.
Yeah, when you're on the bus, you could just put all that away because you could trust the bus driver.
Yeah.
Always trust the bus driver.
Always and thank the bus driver too.
Yes, I did.
Always thank the bus driver.
Many times.
John Happer and I probably won't have to worry about this because everyone will have self-driving cars here in about 15 years or so. But what was your experience like when you were teaching your sons how to drive, and how agitated were you during the entirety of it?
Ooh, I don't remember getting terribly agitated.
That is very, very hard for me to believe.
My dad,
I know, but
yelled
it's true.
so much when he was teaching me how to drive.
No, because I think I'm just trying to remember back because the first few lessons we went, just to the big empty parking lot and just did laps and things like that, and
was
other
great.
deals. Sam was very easy, my oldest son, because he's the more responsible driver. Christian's the one that's got the lead foot. But I don't remember getting terribly agitated.
That's good. That's good parenting.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I'm jealous that you guys got the dry run in the parking lot because I got thrown into the gravel right away. The first time I drove, it was at our neighbor's property, and their machine shed was down here. His house was up here.
Yeah.
So Dad would be like, "Oh, just drive the truck back up to the house." I'm like, okay. And then it turned into, "Hey, drive home," because our neighbor's house is about 2 miles from my dad's house.
Mhm.
So then it went from drive there, just drive home.
That's on a gravel road.
just on a gravel road. I was
gotcha.
just thrown into it.
That's
right
pretty
away.
tricky. Yeah. But just the shed to the house, like that's
No,
not
shed to the house was easy.
Yeah,
but it was when it was like, all right, live road now.
Yeah. I love the live road.
I was like
On the gravel
10
road is pretty
because
tough.
I was 10 too because farm stuff. I had to learn how to drive early so I could help with farm and field.
But you wanted to, right?
No, I for sure wanted
Okay,
to.
because the kids these days, they don't want to drive anymore. Schaefer, our kids will
kids
be like,
don't want to drive?
Schaefer, our kids will be like, I don't care about cars.
There's a lot of people in their early 20s, Gen Z B, who don't have their license.
Idiots.
Really?
Yeah.
They're really stuck at home, huh?
They just rely on their parents' credit cards to Uber everywhere.
100%.
That sounds awful.
They do not care about driving, and they have no interest in
I would
driving.
much prefer to drive myself.
I was counting the days like it was the biggest. The 16th birthday for me was my most monumental birthday. I mean, like, I think I can say that with
most
confidence.
monumental birthday.
To this point, I'm 33. That was the biggest birthday that I've ever had.
Huh. I mean, that was a big one.
My life changed the most on my
It's
16th.
truly hard to argue that there's anything that is a bigger difference in your life than having the ability to go where you want to go with your own control.
Yeah.
That wasn't on a bike.
Right.
Sure.
So
the other contender is obviously 18 or 21.
I got my school permit when I was 14, so I could drive the most direct route from my dad's house to the school. And then I got a job, but the job was next to the school, so it was kind of a gray area where legally I could.
So your 16th birthday wasn't that big of a deal?
It wasn't that big of a deal because I'd been driving for a while.
Yeah. You were already going.
My 18th birthday was a pretty big deal.
Why is that?
Well, I was smoking at the time.
Oh.
I could buy my own cigarettes.
The 18th birthday, it wasn't. I don't remember anything monumental about the 18th birthday.
It was buying lottery tickets or like I can't remember what
I
it was.
don't remember being. Man, I remember the eve of my 18th birthday going, man,
cigarettes, porn, lottery tickets, gambling with places
Yeah.
that allowed it. Like that's
I thought
basically.
you had to be
Maybe you're
19
right.
in
Maybe
Nebraska.
18 isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I thought
it being a big
19
deal.
was the big birthday in Nebraska because Iowa you could do a bunch of things at 18, but in Nebraska you had to wait a year.
I
Like, I
for
thought
me.
lottery
19
tickets
wasn't
you had to
any-
be 19.
I still couldn't rent a car, so
Yeah, that's 25.
yeah.
I've never rented a car.
Is the younger generations, is their version of 16 going to be 26 when they get booted off their parents' insurance?
Probably.
It's a big,
I miss those days. I miss
Like,
not
oh
having
no.
insurance.
Oh, I think your insurance is gone.
Black Cat says that he has been informed that you have to be 21 to buy cigarettes and chew now. What is wrong with
You do.
society?
Yeah, they
Now
changed.
it's 21.
Yeah, they changed the age to 21. I
Whoa.
remember when that went through, and I had gotten just above it because I was
I
still
don't think it's
vape
stopping kids.
smoking at the time.
Yeah, they're still doing. I mean, just like you could drink whatever before you're 21. You can't, but People do.
Yeah, people find ways.
That's why
Oh, they always
21
find ways.
isn't at, because you really can't drive unless you have that driver's license. And you
Right.
can't get that driver's license unless you're 16.
Mhm.
So that's why that's such a big deal. Maybe not for
yeah,
you
very
because you're in a small
monumental.
town. Yeah. I think that's the biggest one I got. 30. Who cares?
Nope,
It
didn't
doesn't
matter.
I
matter.
never considered it as Happer phrased it, but yeah, I don't know that there's another bigger birthday, quite frankly, than 16.
What about like 50?
50 is pretty big.
Trust me, it ain't what it's cracked up to be.
No,
Nothing happens.
It feels the same as you were when you were 49.
Sometimes you break your arm into 70 pieces.
Yeah, well, that happened a little later, but
Okay.
yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Yeah, it wasn't really that monumental.
How about like 10? 10 feels pretty big.
10 was big for me just because
10.
that's when a lot of my music, I started getting really into music. And then my parents got me Welcome to the Black Parade for my 10th birthday.
Well, I'm talking about specifically like the birth. Okay, all right. Like
That's when people either start getting into sports heavy or music heavy. I
Okay.
feel like that's kind of the crossroads of what direction you're going in your life.
I remember when I turned 10 and my dad handed me that program and said, "Here you go, son. You can be a sports fan now."
cool.
I was going to say, I don't know that there was, I'm pretty sure I was sports heavy by the time I was 6. So
Yeah, I was.
I don't know that
about
10
the
was the
I'm
age
just-
for me there.
I was about the same.
That's all I'm saying is that's like the impressionable age, like usually
Oh,
by
sure,
the time you're
yeah.
10, you kind of know which path.
But there's
you're
nothing
going
about
down.
the birthday itself.
Exactly.
I mean, the
That's what I'm
16th birthday.
other
I
than
mean,
double digits.
10 would be in the double digits. That's kind of what I was
Yeah.
referring to.
And then 13 is big because you're a teenager finally.
And the cool thing was,
Yeah,
because
okay,
my
that's
birthday
good.
is on a holiday, I got to take my driver's test the day before. And so
Oh, yeah.
technically I was driving on the 3rd
Oh, yeah.
and it didn't have to wait until
I
the 4th.
definitely drove a couple times when I was 15 when I had my permit.
Mhm.
But, that was the 16th birthday. First time driving when you were actually 16 and you were legally able to drive. I don't even know where I went, but I loved it. It was a
See,
great
you guys
day.
you're both summer, right? So like for me,
Yep.
the big deal was I drove myself to school for the first time. And that was like, that felt like it was a really important thing to me. Instead of needing to find a ride or being dropped off by my parents.
That's huge.
And
And of
or
course,
walking.
Mine was baseball practice. I
Yep,
drove myself.
yep.
I drove myself to
to
baseball.
me it
practice.
was work because the high school was literally 2 blocks from my house.
Mm.
That didn't stop me from driving to high school every day, but it was only 2 blocks away. So it was like, get in the car, pull out of the driveway. Oh, I'm here.
now I'm kind of
That's
bummed
it.
I didn't get that 16 driving for the first time to school experience just because I was already dead into it by then.
Farm
Or
kids
did you
don't
have
get a
a
lot of
house?
experiences. It's just part of the farm life.
Yeah, that's true.
But you could
Yeah.
also do whatever you want whenever you want.
that
If you-
was nice.
If you wanted to get into a car and drive it at 4, nobody would say boo.
I mean, in Columbus, a lot of them were driving in at 14 because you could
Yeah.
get that permit at that time. So
Yeah.
That's exactly what I did. It was cool. I liked it.
LSD Will says retirement is big, 65. You looking forward to 65, John?
Retirement doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll exist for me.
Remember how many times Neil's retired? He still does stuff.
I know.
Yep.
It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, I
well,
don't
you
know
would qualify for Medicare if that's a thing, whenever that comes around. So,
Does
not
that
that
still
we want to
exist?
be that kind of talk show.
Yes, that still
but,
exists.
Okay.
It currently exists. So that is actually fairly large for people. So
Right. But it's not something where you're like, oh, freedom. I can now.
I mean, you can get the discounts.
It
Yeah, I
would depend on your life circumstance, I suppose.
True.
Are you
It
excited
could
to get
be really
the,
important.
Are you would you guys be excited to get the like movie theater discounts? 65 years old?
Yeah.
John might already
Yeah.
qualify.
I don't go to enough movies.
Did
Yeah.
you know that there's no minimum age for AARP? You could just sign up for it now.
Yeah, you can.
They were sending me stuff in my early 20s. It was
Yeah, they're sending it.
It's
honestly
incredible.
sort of obnoxious.
Yeah, it's like I'm not ready for that yet. It's like
Yeah.
maybe some other
It
day.
was offensive to me. I was like, I know I
Why
look
not
old,
just take
but this
advantage
is-
of it?
By the way, is there any acronym that's more descriptive if you sound it out?
ARP.
ARP.
By the way, Theo writes in, Nick just sent some intel for the Grum down.
Okay.
Did you get any intel from Theo?
I haven't got any intel from Theo yet.
I'm looking forward to whatever it is.
I'm
I'm excited.
What goofy dark web rumor?
I don't know. Theo's all up on the podcasts. He knows exactly what's going on in every podcast. So I don't know. Check it out, Nick.
I mean, nothing's been emailed to me. I'm not sure where. Theo, where is this intel?
Well, that's because Theo lives on the dark web, and so he's using the dark email.
Dark web email.
So you just got to be careful.
The Theo dossier? Is that what this is?
Theo intel. Theo specific stuff.
Has the word dossier now been warped forever?
I only hear that word in James Bond.
Yeah, it was like a very espionage thing until roughly around, 2016, 2017.
Yeah.
Then
And
it
now,
changed.
And now it doesn't, now you hear the word and it's like you're being audited or something. What? No. I don't have a dossier.
That's not how I would describe it.
Yeah.
Nice, Schaefer. A text from Jeremy. My daughter has the opportunity to drive to school this fall. She literally couldn't give a fart less to attempt to learn. A fart less to attempt to learn. Never heard that
what
phrasing before, but the kids don't want to drive was his point.
Is this, and I'm not trying to, pull rank on the generations here, but is this all part of the not wanting to leave the house deal?
No, I think that's different.
Well, but it's just, if it's true that the current generation that's turning 16 or has turned 16, that they're not interested in driving. I mean, the reason we wanted to get our licenses, it was freedom. You could get away
100%.
and you could go further, faster.
Yeah.
Right. But now that a lot of interaction happens,
they're already
digitally,
connected.
Yeah, they can connect through their computer or their phone or whatever. That there's no longer the desire to, I can now leave the house and go across town and see my friend versus, talking to them on the phone or wait until we're in school.
Maybe they're doing it for the greater good of the environment.
I did wonder about if there was like a whole push that, hey, this is a generation that's saving the planet.
I don't know about that. From the people I've talked to who are older than 16 and never got their license, it's purely anxiety related. They get driving anxiety. They don't want to try to put up with it.
Driving is like the easiest thing to do.
It is quite easy.
It's amazing. It's so relaxing.
It's nice.
They let a lot of people do it who probably shouldn't.
They do.
100%.
Yes, they do. I encounter them every day.
You ever do that thing where you're driving and then you just end up at your destination and you have no memory of
100%? That's how I get to the studio almost every time.
It's like a self-driving car.
Yeah. What happens there? It freaks me out. It's like, I got here.
I do my best thinking when I'm in that mode. It's like your brain goes into autopilot and your body is just responding to things as you need to. And then, I'm like crafting story ideas or who I want to contact or thinking about various things. And none of it is how am I going to get from my house to the station. It's just, it
becomes a reflex.
Yeah.
Driving is reflex.
I really appreciate it's like mowing the lawn. Like I don't think about mowing the lawn when I'm mowing the lawn.
Agreed.
I think about everything else that's going on in my life when I'm mowing the lawn.
Schaefer, I being inside your brain for a drive or a mow, I mean that would be an interesting experience.
I'm kind of with Shafe on this one though. I'm the same way.
No, I think you're right. I think everybody is sort of like that to a certain
He's specifically talking about my brain.
Specifically, Schaefer, the amount of ideas that he just that come out of his brain on a daily basis, it's got to be intense. There's got to be some crazy stuff going on in there, Schaefer.
I need to do a better job of note taking of my thoughts. Like I almost need to turn into Norm Macdonald, where he would have the bit of having the recorder, and then he would put a thought in. And usually they were very dumb and for humor or whatever. But I almost think I need that. Or I have to write it all down, there's some good stuff that I've let just escape into the ether because I was in the middle of mowing and I didn't have a way of
you didn't have a notepad or a voice recorder to record your thoughts.
That's why we had the big. That's why we had the board that Schaefer would just randomly write ideas on at the old studio, like lunch. Schaefer just wrote.
I did not write lunch. Someone else wrote lunch.
Somebody else wrote lunch.
Maybe that's what we need. Shafe needs someone to just follow him around carrying a whiteboard and some dry.
I do need an assistant.
So
I'm
that
not probably busy enough for one, but their entire job. It'd be like when Kramer had an assistant on Seinfeld. It's around that same level of work is what I get done.
I mean, we all have all these things.
Mm-hmm.
If we could just kind of square them away somehow,
right?
But everything kind of overlaps and everything else, and you have to do one job while you're doing another job. It's difficult. It grows difficult, especially when all these things are combined into one.
I do think that's an area of like the extreme wealth that would be nice, is to just have a personal assistant to do things for you that you don't want to like go
Mine
get
would
the
be the chef.
groceries or to go, whatever it is. Like I don't think it'd be my number one thing that I would want if I was wealthy, but it would certainly have a lot of value.
Chef or driver, I would hire that person.
A chauffeur would be amazing.
Now, wait a minute. You say you like to drive.
I like to drive, but the production part of it, it's just like if I could get a free more 40 minutes a day, even if it's just 40 minutes from here and back.
It does make a difference.
It makes a huge difference.
It does make a difference.
This is a similar mindset to the guy who invented Soylent had. He thought that eating took too much time out of his day when he could be doing anything else. So he invented Soylent specifically so he didn't have to waste time eating food.
Yeah, but those
never imagine viewing eating as wasteful.
Yeah, the fuel as food people are nuts. I love food.
Those
too
are
much.
the people that need the help.
Yeah, I love food too much.
Food is
you
too
don't
good.
get to look like this if you think eating food is a waste of time.
Right? Is it possible that someone can be overweight as a food as fuel person?
Probably. It's a highly unlikely.
Yeah.
Let's say highly unlikely.
I'd like to know if this person exists.
I sent you guys Theo's intel, by the way. I meant to send it as a group message, but I guess it just sent it all to you individually.
Oh, it's a screenshot from a local message board about American punters.
Yes, I've seen this already today.
Wait, what?
Yes, this person was frustrated that that Nebraska has getting an Australian punter taking jobs away from American kids.
Oh.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
Neat.
It seems like just, a fairly solid troll effort from a Nebraska message board member.
Schaefer, I've been sort of out of it over the last couple of days. What are people mad about right now? Or what are people fired up about at the moment on your message board?
There's a lot of Jet Tamala talk because he visited Alabama last weekend. Nebraska's recruiting hasn't gone particularly great in this 2026 cycle. So I think there's an element of concern about how that's going to go. What else are people mad about? I mean, obviously, Nebraska baseball's performance on Sunday rekindled a discussion that many thought that we were past.
Oh, no, we'll never find an answer to that question. What are the expectations for Nebraska baseball?
I think expectations in men's athletics are a borderline never want to have the conversation type thing at this point in time.
People expect too much. People expect too much. I mean, it's pretty much as simple as that.
I'm always fascinated because in the same environment, you watch Texas and Vanderbilt get knocked out of their regional, and it's like Nebraska needs to be in a super regional every year. And it's like, oh, okay. Tell me more, guy who doesn't pay attention to baseball until it's May 19th.
Exactly. Maybe Nebraska will run into one of those, Maybe they'll.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure at some point they will make a super regional again.
Yeah.
Until then, the best thing they can do for themselves is to make a regional, because you really can't do the super regional without making, So unfortunately, that's kind of like for me, the standard of where things sort of have to be.
I think that's a fine standard, Mike Schaefer. And a regional, they've gone for the last 2 years.
They have.
But they finished 8th place in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Well, that's true, but, still made it. That's important. And as long as the rules allow you to do that, then.
So we almost had 2 4 seeds in
Little Rock.
Little Rock.
It's weird because I like when LSU is in Omaha, but I also like when Cinderellas are in Omaha. And so then naturally I was rooting for Little Rock to take out LSU last night. I know that this is something that you guys will agree with. Monday of yesterday and then Monday next week are 2 sneaky, really great days on the sports calendar where the eliminational region, you get like a couple of them in the super regionals usually on Monday night. Like last year we had that great Kentucky-Oregon State game where Travis Bazzana is coming up and they need to try to tie the game up, and Kentucky's playing for their first ever CWS appearance. Like, it is incredible drama. And these days don't really get brought up when you talk about great sports days on the calendar that stand
They really
out
don't.
Because you get these random days where you get sports during the day. And it's just like, whoa, this is cool.
Wonderful.
It is wonderful.
And it's very meaningful every game, every single game.
So
I feel like college baseball is all on a great run right now. I think some of it is just how great the CWS was the last year, where almost every game was within a run or two. And the last 2 years, I should say, you had Paul Skeens, you had that great Tennessee team. You guys remember Tennessee, Florida State, and the controversial no call that allowed for Tennessee to come back. I mean, it feels like the last few years, the CWS has been fantastic. But also, I mean, as someone who was completely knocked out by their kid bringing germs home from daycare for the first time on Super Regional weekend last year, like I remember watching UConn, Florida State. Those games were great.
Yep.
Like I just think college baseball is actually in a really good spot at the moment in terms of like a product to watch on television.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Really, really locked into this stretch of it is very enjoyable to just throw random teams on, know nothing about them, and then find some reason to either root or, root against one of the two.
The sport for the longest time was struggling because it was too offensive, then it was too defensive. Couldn't score runs. Now it's finally found a healthy balance.
Well, and they're creating their own stars.
Don't tell that to me. I don't know.
You don't think it's found a good balance?
I'm just saying, man, some of these
compared to what it was 10 years ago.
Yes.
Oh, the park factor is a real thing.
Sure, some of the park factor, but when you look at it, if you take the park factor out of it.
Yeah. No, when you move it to Omaha, it's fine. It's in a really good spot.
It is
in Omaha for sure. But man, just seeing this over the weekend, these are fly balls that are flying out of the yard, and it's ridiculous. But, you got a team that hits, you got Arkansas who hit 120 home runs this year, and you're like, whoa, that's 120 home runs. They got guys up and down their lineup who got 15 apiece. And they're hitting pop flies out of the ballpark.
Oh, I know.
It pop flies out of the ballpark.
I mean, you've been to Oklahoma State before. You know what that's like.
Yeah. Same deal.
Wake Forest, same thing. I mean, you'll see Nick Kurtz, you were looking at those numbers, and you're like, this is insane. And then they show the actual park, and it's like, oh, wow. This is like 310 down the lines, and then it's like 365 into the gaps, and 385 at center. Like it's a small park.
Man, for all the years we used to complain about, they made the fences too deep at
I know
Charles Schwab Field. Aren't you glad they didn't move them?
It's square. It straightened out pretty good. Yeah.
Something Shafe had kind of brought up a little bit. College baseball is generating its own stars too. Could you imagine 15, 20 years ago, somebody like Paul Skeens getting that kind of national recognition?
It just is more visible.
Or Bazana.
It wasn't like there wasn't great players at that time, because there absolutely was. And I mean, Arizona State had a wealth of players that would come through Omaha, and LSU's had good players. And but it just, I think because we're more aware of it now, we have so much more exposure to these athletes. Like people knew who Paul Skeens was at a pretty high level before he had ever thrown a pitch in Omaha. And I don't think that was always the case. Like if you go back to 1995 through, 2005, and that was during the time in which I would be going to Omaha, and you would only learn about it if you were reading the World Herald and had the previews and all of that. But I just think like there's more of a buzzy nature to the really good college players, because a lot of them are becoming your kind of top draft picks too.
I think Major League Baseball has had a big part of that, because the draft is a bigger deal now.
Yes.
And the road to get from college to the major leagues is shorter than it's ever been.
Oh, absolutely.
It's shorter than it's ever been. So there's been like this flattening at the minor league level where the guys aren't as old. Usually you get to, back in the day, you get to AAA and it's like there's a bunch of 32-year-olds who have just been in professional ball for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's young guys. The whole thing is just a lot younger.
That's true.
Than it used to be. And so the adjustment isn't that severe. And then, teams are willing to bring up their stars faster than they've ever been.
You want to figure out what you invested in at a quicker rate.
Yeah,
you do.
It's not a bad thing.
It's also keeping people's names in the public's head for conscious. Thank you.
Yeah,
because if Paul Skeens would have been in the minors for the next 2 years, how much do you think he would have faded away from the public consciousness?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe that's a part of it. But that guy was too good to be
Yeah, no,
pitching in the minor
Skeens is
league.
probably a bad example, but
Yeah.
Well, you just think about that World Series 2 years ago. Skeens, Langford, Cruz,
Louder.
I mean, that game, that Wake Forest,
they all
Cags.
They're now all
Tommy
in the
White,
mix.
Tommy Tanks.
Tommy Tanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like that game, the Wake Forest, LSU game is my favorite college baseball game I have ever watched. And I am still mad. Like that game was so amazing. And ESPN, after it ends, hustles us to stupid Marty Smith wearing a Spurs jersey for a watch party. So we can hear more about Marty Smith at this watch party because the Spurs are drafting, Wembyana, who's an incredible player. I get it. But it's like you just had this amazing moment. And because ESPN just can't let anything breathe that's an actual sporting event, it all is just conjecture and discourse. We had to see, you watch Paul Skeens, Rhett Lauder, all of these future Major League Baseball players. And here's Marty Smith's pale ass arms in his Spurs jersey.
I didn't know that happened.
I was
so mad. You guys were at the game
there.
yeah, it was
I
awesome.
was so mad. Oh, I was furious.
Being there was sick.
I looked over. In fact, was it last? I think it was last year. The Athletic did a reminisce about that game, and they interviewed me. They interviewed Farron, a lot of these people, and I remember at one point, 6th, 7th inning, whatever it was, and my legs doing the whole involuntary hopping up.
You're
and down.
constantly doing that.
It is bouncing.
And I look over and I think Farron's doing the same thing. It was just like it was so riveting.
Yeah.
Because it was so well played.
There was great pace. It was just like there was something happening all the time. Yeah.
I remember having the big game feelings in my tum the whole time.
Nice.
Yeah. No, it was beautiful. You're exactly right, Schaefer. It was the best baseball game.
Schaefer, I genuinely didn't know that happened.
I didn't
until
either.
Just now.
So my experience with that game was I did the radio show leading up to first pitch, got in my car, got to listen to your call until I got back to my house, where then I got to watch the back half of the game on ESPN. So it was sort of like this awesome experience for me where I'm kind of listening to a pitcher's duel being called. And then I get to watch the visuals of it and, of course, get to see the critical home run and everything that goes down late in that game. Like, it was so, so good. And then it was Marty Smith. I have nothing against Marty Smith, but it is the most unappealing visual imaginable when you are a baseball guy and you don't really care about the NBA. And I already have strong feelings about how ESPN is just shoving certain things down our throats.
They do shove a lot of Marty Smith down. Yeah.
Well, they shove a lot of things. I mean, Stephen A., they shove a lot of things down our
Paul
throats.
Feinbaum, I'm sure Paul Feinbaum weighed in on the game. He's probably watched 4 college baseball games a year at some point. But it's just like, it was so good, and they didn't let it live in the moment. It deserves so much more than what it received.
Wow. I did not
I didn't
know that
either.
happened until just now.
Yeah, that's insane.
Someone find a photo of that. Marty Smith in his Wembyana jersey.
I want to find the video of the exact transition, like after that game and then going into that.
It goes to a studio briefly, and then it cuts over to Marty Smith in this. I think he's in the Spurs arena where this is all going down at. It wasn't even like they were televising the live draft on it. It was just the Spurs coverage of Wembyana. It's just bizarre.
So those two combined in that game, Skeens and Lauder, 15 innings, 5 hits, walked 3, and struck out 15 combined. Skeens went 8, Lauder went 7.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
It was the good stuff, man.
That's the good stuff.
Well, and then they actually let him pitch too, because Skeens was well over 100 pitches.
Oh,
Lauder,
absolutely.
I think, was at like 110 or something like that.
Yeah,
He ended up throwing 88, but Skeens
is that it?
Skeens threw 120.
I remember that. That was insane.
Pete Law was just so angry, I'm sure, online somewhere.
Every single
His arm's gonna fall off.
Every single pitch, I'm like, there's no way they're gonna keep him out there. What's happening?
And he never lost velo either, man.
No.
He was still pumping high 90s.
Freak.
It was fun.
Probably all that muscle milk.
Honestly, I think that's the game when I fell in love with Paul Skeens. I think that's the reason I'm so obsessed with Paul
You
Skeens.
do love that guy.
I really do.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I think we figured it out.
That was it.
There it is.
All right, well,
okay.
That's your crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com.
Well, Schaefer, great to see you.
Good to see you as well. I'm sorry it wasn't in person.
It's okay. I don't blame you. We'll work on getting you that driver. And the other two in this room, good to see you too, and we'll do it tomorrow.
And we will do it tomorrow, but we'll stick around and still have a Grum with Shafe, our special guest host, next on 1620 The Zone.
It is a damp and dreary Tuesday, and it's kind of chilly outside, too. We got the light to moderate showers ongoing past the lunch hour.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
This is April. This is April. Cloudy, rainy, and 50 degrees.
It is April.
We finally made it. April is here, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
Can't believe we made it.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
And the StreamYard's acting up. It's wonderful.
Being
Everything's
really
great.
weird.
But maybe that's because Shafe is in the StreamYard. Maybe Shafe made the StreamYard weird today.
What'd you do, Shafe?
I don't know. It just dropped me out of the picture and then brought me back.
Oh, Nick is trying to move
me.
the slides around.
Yeah, but now when I take somebody out, it doesn't move anything. It's just, look at that. It's just like that. I don't know what's happening.
I don't either. It happens. We'll deal with it. Remember, this is a radio show. AM radio, kids. 1620 The Zone. Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 is filling in for Josh today. I was going to ask you, how was your drive? But you didn't have to worry about that today.
It was amazing. I went from the chair that's to my left over here in my office to the chair that I'm currently sitting on with my beautiful backdrop of hats and a dad jokes book and a picture of Bar Harbor. So that was the entire commute there.
What you got a favorite joke in that dad joke book, or can you open up to a random page and find one?
Give me a number.
42.
Page 42 of the dad jokes book is.
We are right here. What do you call an alligator in a vest?
An alligator in a vest.
I don't know.
Yeah, got nothing.
An investigator.
Oh, that got me.
Well,
later if you want.
All right, yeah. Well,
just once an hour.
Randomly through the show, we're just going to pick a random page and see if we
have
can't
guests
find
today.
it.
They can pick a number.
Roofery's Grum Down, brought to you by the Roofery's at John Higgins Weather Guard. Special guest star Mike Schaefer. Guess we should take the thing off of there.
So it's not even showing up on. Oh boy.
Yeah, everything's being weird today on the old StreamYard.
Incredible.
The Super Regionals are set, and we celebrate Murray State. And I called it last night. I was sitting by myself watching the game. I knew as soon as the last out was made, the announcer on ESPN, I don't remember who it was. Maybe I can ask Farron when he joins us in a little bit, said, and Murray State races their way into the Super Regionals. I knew that was coming.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that gymnancism was coming.
It seems like a perfectly fine but also obvious call.
Yeah, like it might have been on page 53 of the dad jokes book.
It's no Charles Schwackoff.
What is a Charles Schwackoff? How many schools have reached the Super since Nebraska's last appearance? Someone asked me today, and I went down the rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
I decided to go down the rabbit hole. Joining us in a few, Mike Farron of SiriusXM and ESPN, who will be on the call for one of the Supers this weekend. As we found out last weekend, chaos follows him everywhere.
Does he get to pick? Is it like the TV networks? He gets to draft the one that he's going to?
No, but I did suggest to him that they could have done, this could have been an ESPN, because you know how they like to ESPN everything and turn everything into a show. They could have done an announcer draft. They could have done NBA lottery style where the Arkansas-Tennessee envelope was the one that was frozen because that's the one that, they wanted the right people to pick. But no, I think they choose for him.
I think there's a very obvious great super regional here, right? Like there's a very obvious this is the best of the super regional. Maybe I'm off on this. But
are you saying Arkansas, Tennessee?
No, I'm saying Florida State, Oregon State. Like,
well, that's a good one too.
To me, like that's probably going to be, and some of it is I just feel like in the last year or 2 years, and Farron, I'm pretty sure was doing Florida State UConn last year.
Last year he was, yes.
Florida State has played in some fantastic games in the last, year plus. And so of it is just like if chaos is following Farron just needs to follow Florida State because those things are merging together and they're giving the viewer at home a pretty good, experience. Throw in Oregon State, which I think lost on Friday last week and then came all the way back to win their way through the losers bracket. And Oregon State and Kentucky that was a great one as we talked about in the crossover last year. So I just think Oregon State, Florida State just feels like that's going to go 3, and that should be a good one Friday through Sunday. Yeah,
I would agree. That's definitely a good one. But as it stands right now, given, all the upsets and the weird things that happened, there's a good chance a lot of them could end up going 3. This has been a very unpredictable tournament so far. Michael Bruntz, Shafe's colleague, we'll have like a 2/3 version of the 24/7 Husker 24/7 podcast.
Yeah, we'll just have like a meeting, kind of go over what we need to get done, and then you can kind of hang out and ask questions.
I'll hang out and ask questions. That's perfect. The Big Ten makes its case for quotas. Oh yeah, I mean you can't have a day without a college football playoff conversation.
But Josh isn't here. We don't have to talk.
You sure could.
Yeah,
we could talk about baseball the whole time. We all love baseball. We could do this.
We do love baseball. Why are college baseball coaches having to apologize? This has also been the postseason where everyone's having to apologize for different things.
Well, I mean, some of them probably should apologize for something.
Well, we'll find out. Will ESPN kill Inside the NBA?
Absolutely.
And Steve Sipple will join us from Husker Online.
And
do you have a slice?
I have a slice.
I didn't want to promote it. I didn't want to promote it unless you had it.
We have a slice of college baseball today.
All right. Nick's got a slice. And I'm surprised we've made it 41 minutes plus into this program, and you have yet to say anything about the fact that the Rockies won their 10th game last night.
I was building up to it, John. They did it. We broke double digits on the season. You're going to look awfully stupid when they're suddenly 50-50.
Put it on the list. They're not. They're not even going to get to 50 wins. Period. Much less 50-50.
The comeback starts now. One single journey begins with a single step.
That would be the sports story of the century so far if the Rockies went on a 41-game winning streak.
It could happen. You're about to witness
there was
the history.
That NAIA baseball team had an undefeated season. I believe
they did.
LSU.
But that NAIA baseball team has talent that's probably better than the Rockies right now.
What if the Rockies just hired that manager right now? They announced him as their new manager because he hadn't lost a game, and they just went on a run. Now, that would be an incredible story.
Is this like the college who was so desperate they hired the one high school coach that never punted? It was like, well, we're suck anyway. We're just going to hire the guy that never punted.
Arkansas high school coach?
Yes. Yeah, and then
I had a chance to watch that team play Terrell Newby's high school team. And that game was going on the same time that Johnny Stanton was playing out in Orange County. And I went and watched Stanton's team play. And this would have been like the week before he tore his ACL or whatever.
Yeah.
And I kind of regret not watching Chaminade versus that Arkansas team with the no punting, because the Chaminade coach, when I was interviewing him the morning of that game, was just like, I don't understand what this is going to look like. Like if we get 2 sacks and it's 4th and 31 or whatever, they're still just going to go out there and go for it.
It's like me.
What am I supposed to tell my players? This just feels like such a gimmick. He was so annoyed that his I don't think he was the one that scheduled this game, that someone scheduled this game.
Right.
And that he was having to coach in it. I mean, I can't remember if Newbie's team won or not that night, but yeah, he was not a fan.
I mean, so what would that guy do if, let's say, they're leading by 2 with a minute to go, or even better, like 30 seconds to go, but it's 4th down and 31.
Mm-hmm.
And if you turn the ball over on downs, the other team's going to be in field goal range. You have to punt.
Yeah.
You have to punt.
I do wonder if there is something to, not necessarily the method to the madness, but they are probably better than the average team at avoiding them being off schedule because it's so critical to how they have success. So everything that they do and every way that they play is wired to the idea that they're a 4-down team. So chances are they're probably not putting themselves in that situation.
True.
And then I would imagine the uniqueness of it makes it, like I said, a little bit that coach did not want to play that game that day. He was worried about his team and how they were going to respond to it.
Because it's so foreign. It's like, they don't punt. What do we do here? Yeah. It's so strange and weird. 402-951-1620 if you want to hit us up on the hotline, brought to you by the Prairie Flower Casino. And don't forget to register for your chance to win a $100 gift card each week from the Prairie Flower Casino. Just visit 1620thezone.com. You can hit us up on Twitter at USC1620. It's the JTech Construction Zone hotline. Or if you'd like to email the Grum, Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. But when we come back, Mike Farron will join us. We'll get a chance to talk about the regionals, the excitement from last night. Murray State's getting in. UTSA is getting in. Got all these different teams coming in, possibly. Duke, the blue-collar Duke Blue Devils might be coming to Omaha. That and some Major League Baseball as well with our good buddy Mike Farron of SiriusXM MLB Radio. Next, Mike Schaefer joining us today in for Josh on 1620 The Zone.
circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Of the new video open that we created for Mike Farron, but it's the first time he's had a chance to see it.
Very good.
I especially like Darth Vader climbing out of the fire. That was good.
Yeah, I mean, anytime I think about skin being on fire, Anakin crawling out of the flames is always number one.
He's even whiny in that moment. Maybe that's why I didn't feel sorry for him, because he whined about everything else. Oh, now you're on fire. Oh, I'm so sorry, Anakin. Mike your speeder, Mike.
Mike Schaefer joining us this week. For Joshua, we have all baseball people in the room today, Mike.
God. It's fortunate.
You're going to have to address which Mike, right?
Oh, that's true. That's true. So which regionals, which super did you get assigned to?
I'll be at Louisville. Gabby and I will be in Louisville for the all-ACC matchup between Miami and the Miami Hurricanes and the Louisville Cardinals. So I guess that's fitting, right? We did most of the ACC package, so we'll be there. And we've already made our dinner reservations, and I know exactly where we're going for bourbon. So things are off to a great start.
Priorities, Mike. Priorities.
Yes, I mean, listen. Hey, listen. These coaches are tired of seeing us, so we need to do something to freshen things up.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. Is Miami kind of being? Are they kind of just being overlooked a little bit? I know they were a 3 seed, but
I don't know, man. I have a tough time with them because, like, they played really well for a nearly a month stretch. I mean, they won 10 straight conference games at one point, and listen, I think AJ Siskar is really good. Their freshman starter. I mean, he was a big. He and Tate DeVries going to the rotation kind of saved their year. Right at the same time, Daniel Cuvée got hotter than heck, and Cuvé's legit. Like, he's a real deal, elite college superstar. So, I don't know. I just think I think they can pitch a little bit. I don't know how much offense there is there. It's just like Louisville's offense is so dynamic. I mean, they are really fun to watch. Nobody left in this tournament has more stolen bases than Louisville. They led the conference by a wide margin. I think only Duke outscored them runs per game in conference play. They average 8 runs a game. They've got power. Like, they're a really good team. The question is, do they throw enough strikes on the mound? And the days that they do, they're very tough to beat. And the days that they don't, then get ready, because you better pack a lunch, because it's going to be a while.
That makes sense.
Obviously, I mean, you've got your regional with Louisville, Miami, which, like, John and I were talking about this before we went to break. Which other one kind of stands out to you? Like, if is there like a dynamic you want to get eyes on this when you can, sort of thing? Obviously,
I mean, you mean other than Tennessee, Arkansas? Like, that's going to be spicy. Like, that's
I'm going Florida State, Oregon State. I just think Florida State, in the last couple of years, have played in some wild games. You were at Florida State, UConn, I believe, last year, right? You called that one. That was a great super regional where a lot was going on, and James Tibbs had to come up with some big home runs. And some other guys, Cam Smith, I think, had a huge series in that one as well. Obviously, those guys are gone, but something about Florida State, and then, of course, Oregon State had to battle all the way back from a Friday loss to get there. What other regionals kind of stand out for you as well?
Let me just hit on that. I think Oregon State is super deep on the mound. I think that's the thing that they don't get the enough attention for. And on the flip side, Florida State has massive bullpen questions. I mean, it is Schrodinger's bullpen, right? Like, you don't know what kind of condition the cat is when you open the bullpen door. And so, like, they have some talent there, but, Peyton Prescott throws 100 and sometimes it gets knocked around. And, sometimes you can get 3 good innings out of John Abraham and sometimes you can't. Joe Charles being healthy, Connor Schultz should help a little bit. But it's a really aggressive team offensively. And, I think the weather conditions will be important too. Like those are, I think, late night games. I've got the schedule here somewhere, but if it's not warm at Goss, the ball doesn't carry as well. And, even though Oklahoma State barely played any games at home this year, I think they only had 20 home games. I guess, they're going to get an afternoon game. So that Friday game, if the weather's good, the ball will fly. And that might benefit Florida State. But I think it's an intriguing regional. The one that I think I'm most curious about is Chapel Hill. I think North Carolina is one of the best teams in the country, but I think Arizona can match them on the mound. I think that's going to be a really fun one. That's going to be a classic. Lots of tight games come down to execution. So, really excited to watch that one.
Mike Farron joining us here as he will be on the call for Miami and Louisville this weekend. Of course, one of the big stories out of the week was SEC gets 13 teams in, but only 4 make it to this round. I know you obviously were focused on yours. You had Georgia right there in front of you, but I'm curious, what has been your takeaway from the SEC's performance through the first weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't label it just on the conference. I think that's the issue, is that this year has been really difficult to try and parse in college baseball. The talent level at the top of the seniors and juniors isn't quite as deep as it was the last couple of years, and so there aren't these super teams. And so, my fear was that because it had been pretty balanced over the course of the year, that we're going to end up with a pretty chalk postseason, and we didn't. So, listen, I think the SEC is the strongest conference. I think that'll be borne out in the number of players that are drafted. I think there's the most talent there, but I don't think that the talent gap is quite as big this year as it has been in others. And, okay, so 9 SEC teams go out. Well, half the ACC is out too, and most of the Big 12, and all but one in the Big 10, right? So there's in the Power 4, they're right there with the ACC in terms of the totals, but I would caution putting too much stock in it or taking too big a victory lap over it too, because whoever wins that Tennessee Arkansas Super Regional is going to be the favorite to win the national championship. And there's a chance the SEC gets one team to Omaha, but that one team wins it. So, I'm not going to take anything too heavily out of it, not to mention it's baseball, man, and weird stuff happens all the time, right? And that's the beauty of this sport, is that Murray State is not a better team than Ole Miss, but they won their regional and they move on, and that's pretty cool, right? That stuff is cool. We love that. Arkansas Little Rock was 8-16 in the OVC, and they had a lead in the 5th inning on LSU, right, or the 6th inning in Game 7. So, that's baseball, Susan. It's bad teams or the good team loses a fair percentage of the time to the team that's not as talented, and the sport will drive you nuts because of it, but it's also part of the beauty of it.
Do you think there's enough Roadrunner gear in the Omaha Baseball Village should they beat UCLA this weekend? I couldn't think of a team that this area would be more fired up to glom onto. We've had Stony Brook, we've had Kent State, we've had some
Oral Roberts
2 years ago.
But this is a combination of kind of fun, unique colors, only Roadrunners that I can think of in college athletics, and maybe most critically, they got there knocking out SEC teams and taking out UCLA and took Powers out, So I think Omahans and just casual CWS goers are going to buy UTSA gear like crazy should they make it.
Yeah, I totally agree, and they're a good team too. I mean, they were, they didn't put in a bid to host. They've got a very small stadium. It's only about 1,000 people that they seat. It's beautiful from the photos. And actually, Mike Rooney and I are taping with Pat Hallmark here coming up in a little bit, the head coach at UTSA. But they're a really good team. And think about this, that they lost 2 key players from last year's team, Ruger Riojas, who started against them for Texas, and Matt King, who was the starting shortstop at ASU, and they still made it further than those guys did, going to bigger schools. So, Yeah, I think they're definitely an underdog, even as a 2 seed. I mean, they're like there's not often that a team with an RPI in the 20s gets labeled as the underdog, but they certainly feel like it because they're not from the biggest conference. It's somebody from the American other than ECU that's playing in a super regional, right? And Pat's kind of a like old school baseball coach. And they just play good, hard baseball. So it's gonna be fun. UCLA's talented though, man. Like Rock Chalowski has a legit case as a sophomore to win the Golden Spikes Award this year. He's really good. I think Roman Martin's going to be a high pick next year, too. I think this is one of John Savage's better teams. So it's not going to be easy, but you're right. It would be really, if they made it, it'd be really cool. I think people would get behind Murray State, too. You've always got to back the Valleys, right? Like, they switched Valleys. They picked the right one finally.
You were in Athens. You saw it up close and personal. We documented the story yesterday, the AJ Gracia story from Duke, how he's going to be suspended, at least for now, for game 1 of the Super Regionals. What's the answer to this? Is it just to rewrite the rule? Because technically, the umpire was enforcing the letter of the law, which is you can't bring props onto the field in celebration.
And you can't, should the umpire have been looking in the dugout? Should all these things? Who knows? But and I get it's not the letter. It's the letter of the law, right? It's not the spirit of the rule.
Yeah.
But we ask umpires to judge intent an awful lot, and so when there's something that's black and white, we can't get all that mad when they make that decision. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. I don't think the appeal is going to be upheld, is going to be, they're going to overturn this when it goes in front of the NCAA here, I'm assuming the next day or so. I think the idea was that they wanted props not on the field because they're very concerned about taunting, as we saw in the first game of the day in Athens, right, with 2 bat flips in front of the Oklahoma State dugouts. I think Josh Holliday still ticked about. They issued warnings, and the second one I thought was more egregious than the first. And, there's his mind. I think there should have been ejections, and I'm the wrong guy to talk to about taunting and bat flipping because it just doesn't matter to me. It's not what I'm focused on. But I do think that that's where the idea behind the rule was to not irritate an opponent and cause some sort of major incident. But this doesn't do anything to really help it. And I think it's, unless you're going to ban props entirely, which is going to be met with a whole chorus of boos, I think you have to have a little leeway, a little grace. And it's not like AJ Gracia was shaking the hard hat in an opponent's face. He was just holding in his hand, and he may not have even realized, you got to remember, Sam Harris scores from first on a single in that spot, right? That was crazy. And you're thinking man, that's an incredible play. He may not have even remembered that he had it on because he's going so nuts because his teammate scores the winning run from first base or the go-ahead run in the 8th inning. So I don't know. I wish that there was a better way to handle this. But again, I don't think that the umpire was wrong for doing it. Although, I guess an umpire is never wrong for catching us for speeding technically, right? But
that's what it was. That's what it really was. It was like going 56 and a 55, in my opinion.
The easiest thing to do is that to set up a legit appeals process to say that it's a 1-game suspension pending an investigation by the league, right? If you want to keep that rule in place because you're concerned about it, that's fine. But then allow there to be an appeals process for the suspension, because I think in the end, the ejection is, again, it's the letter of the law, but it's the suspension that comes automatically with it that's really problematic. And, for Duke, first of all, this is the first time Duke's ever hosted an NCAA baseball tournament.
Right.
They've never hosted a regional. They could be without both AJ Gracia and Ben Miller for game 1. Miller didn't play in the regional final. He was hit by a pitch in the 1-0 game. He's their best player. Those are their 2 best players, which, I think Murray State would probably be pretty excited about. But it would be a shame. I think this is a good Duke team. I think this is I think Duke's going to win that super, regardless of whether or not those guys play in game 1. I think it's a really good team, and I think they're going to make their first trip to Omaha since '61. They control the strike zone as well as any team in the country, both from their pitchers and their hitters. I think they're vastly underrated.
Of the 16 teams left, who's got some of with the Major League Draft coming up, some of the star power that's remaining. We've been kind of spoiled these last couple years with Jack, and you had Wyatt Langford, and we were just talking about the great the great Skeens and Louder game, and last year you had Christian Moore and Cam Smith and James Tibbs, and I know Jamie Arnold's throwing for Florida State still, but beyond that, who else has some top 10 talent that could be playing their way into Omaha?
Well, I think that's super regional. I mean, you've got Jamie Arnold against Ivar Arquette, who's probably a top 5 pick too. I mean, he's the shortstop at Oklahoma State. He's a transfer from Washington. He's a really talented offensive player, a 6'5" shortstop. So I think that would be there. I mean, Tennessee, Arkansas is going to have. Arkansas is really deep on the mound. Wahiva Aloy should be a first rounder. Gavin Keelan's one of the best hitters in this draft class. I think Ike Irish and Caden Bodine squaring off in the Auburn regional. Irish might be the best pure hitter. He was a catcher. I don't think pros view him that way, but Bodine is a catcher with great on base ability. He's another guy to keep an eye on. Luke Stevenson, the catcher at North Carolina, has kind of fallen a little bit in the draft. He hasn't had a great year offensively, but he and Brennan Summerhill, the center fielder at Arizona, is a likely first rounder. So I think that's another one to watch. And then, so those are some of the names that I would say, but you're right. This draft is not as good from the college standpoint as the last two were. It's kind of more like, these guys would be more like mid to back first rounders in the last two drafts than top of the draft picks. And that's just, that's part of the cyclical nature of drafts. The prep class is pretty good with the bats this year, but I think most people would tell you that this is a below average draft overall. And so it's not the same superstar power, but you're right. There are some really good star on star matchups, and the collection of sophomores, I mentioned Cholosky and Roman Martin, Cuvée in Miami is part of that. Zion Rose at Louisville, who's one of my favorite players in the country, Chicago kid, converted from catcher to the outfield, and he just looks like an NFL running back and has just crazy bat speed. So, I think there's some really talented sophomores. Gavin Gallagher, obviously, who's like the last 2 years, he's won the MOP in the Chapel Hill Regional. Gracia is another one of those. So the next class is pretty good, and I think you're going to see a lot of those guys on display.
Speaking of one of those alums, Jack Caglione got the call yesterday up to Kansas City. Now, I have seen some criticism that the Royals, they fired their shot too soon because of the whole arbitration process and having
David Sampson can go pound sand. Forget what that guy says. He's so.
That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, just tell him to he also said the Ichiro contract was going to ruin baseball. He's a hot take artist who's full of it. It's not. Then do they pull the trigger too quickly? He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's ridiculous. There are some issues that Caglione has with Chase, and that's going to be the big question: is whether or not he can get to his power enough, right? Make good enough swing decisions. So I think it's going to be. I think he's going to be fine. I think it's going to be probably a slow start. There'll probably be a few more strikeouts than you want. I wouldn't be surprised if he struggles a little bit, especially early. I think he's a really good athlete. I'm curious to see how he does in the outfield. I think the bat, because there's enough questions about the chase, I think it may limit his ceiling a little bit, but he's going to be a guy that hits a lot of balls out of the ballpark, and they desperately need power. So, I don't think that this is just is it a fast move? Yeah, it's fast, but it's not like he hasn't been a Double-A all year, and he's not even moving as fast as Nick Kurtz did, right? He was picked one pick ahead of him. So I don't know what Sampson's all over. That was a weird. Well, it's weird.
I got kind of a strange one for you, because I'm looking at it and I feel like the balance in Major League Baseball is pretty heavily tilted towards the National League.
Yeah.
How many teams would you take from the National League before you would take the top team in the American?
Probably only 3 or 4 before you got to the Yankees. I think.
Okay, so it'd be Dodgers. Dodgers.
Yeah, Dodgers.
Mets.
I think I would say Mets, Phillies. Yeah. I mean, I think then you start getting the Yankees in there. The Tigers, I'm still not quite as.
We're losing John. Oh no.
No. I know what he's doing. It's fine. Like the Cubs' offense has been great. So like I think they're probably in that mix. It definitely is deeper though, and I think part of it is that there's more mid teams right now in the American League than there were. It's where these leagues were flipped 10 years ago, right? Where you walked into the season thinking there were 13 American League teams that had a chance at the postseason, and like 7 in the NL, and that's kind of the way it is in the American League right now. But I think the top of the league is decent. But I think the Yankees have played really well overall. I mean, despite the series loss to the Dodgers, where they had the blowout on Saturday, they've been pretty good. Their pitching's been really good. And they have the best player in the sport, in their lineup, the best all-around player, at least. I don't know if he's better than Ohtani, but it's close, so I think that they're good. I think it's when you start getting into like teams 4, 5, 6 in the AL that they start falling in place behind like number 9, number 10, maybe a number 11 in the National League. And that's where the difference really is.
How soon we forget that the Chicago National League Ball Club dominated the Dodgers in games played in the United States of America this year.
Yeah, how'd they do in Japan?
That doesn't matter. Those don't count. We're only
talking
about
those counted. Those are in the standings, John.
It's America first.
It is called
America
the World
first,
Series.
No,
I games in the world. No, it's not intergalactic. So if they go play on the moon,
not yet.
It will not count.
The winner of the worlds of the intergalactic series gets to like Darth Vader on set. Yeah, I know. Well, that's a good question. Would it work on the moon? I mean, I think it's pretty arid, right? So it would impact, I think, the distance ball flies. This is a better question for Alan Nathan, the professor of physics emeritus at University of Illinois, who's like the baseball physics professor. I would email Alan Nathan and ask him how. I guarantee he'll have an answer for you on how a humidor would impact baseball being played on the moon.
Humidor. I'm not worried about the humidor. It's more of the gravity thing that I'd be more worried.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's going to impact it, but at least the ball would be heavier, right? So, like, you'd have to have a greater mass acceleration to get it to travel or something like that. I don't know. I failed physics, man. I went into broadcasting.
I guarantee you, Pete Crow Armstrong would still catch everything hit his way. He just might have to leap a lot higher.
No, I think the problem is that if you leap on the moon to try and catch a ball, then you get hurtling through space, and it's like ground control. The
not make it back in time for his next at bat. That's an automatic out.
Oh my God! Oh well, I look forward to this weekend. It's always an awesome weekend, and I know you're going to have a great regional. A super regional with Miami and Louisville, and can't wait because here we are. We're week and a half-ish or so away from the start of the big event here in Omaha.
Yeah, it's coming. We're almost here. I'm thinking a week from tomorrow I'll be getting on a plane coming to town, so I'll be there soon. Can't wait.
I know. It'll be fun. And Mike, of course, will be joining us on our broadcast this year on 1620 The Zone. So we'll take all of his expertise that we can possibly get. Should be a lot of fun.
Well, there's not that much of it, John. So
just keep bringing the chaos.
Know what you pay for, right? So
yes, we do get what we pay for. All right, Mike, we'll have fun, and we'll be watching on the ESPN family of networks this weekend.
Sounds good. I'm assuming we'll talk to somebody Tuesday since you have to take 3 whole days off to prep, unlike those of us who've been prepping all year, but that's cool.
Well, some of us, we've got a lot of things going on.
Will you be dictating your prep this year?
We're also half the person we used to be. I'm like the Ohtani of prep. I'm half the player I used to be.
Jeez, I'm excited for you to start throwing bullpens.
Will NRG be deferring the contract for you like the Dodgers are for Ohtani as well?
For me, yeah, probably. Yeah, but that says more about the media industry as a whole than it does about what the compensation. No, I'm just kidding. It's great. I'm so excited to be a part of it again. So I'm looking forward to it. Even to see Nick.
Me, I want to see you too, Farron.
Here's a question: Will the Rockies get their 11th win before the College World Series?
Here's a good one for you. Our buddy Jordan Schusterman told me this one. They snapped an 8-game losing streak yesterday. They are 4-0 when snapping 8-game losing streaks. They've not lost 9 in a row yet this year.
Wow!
There you go.
And then they win.
Starts now. Greatest comeback in MLB history.
Yeah.
Again, they won't win 50 all year.
You're going to look like an idiot when they're 50.
Do you
and
think
50.
there's going to be watch parties in Denver if you get to enough of these 8 games to see if they can get to 9 in a row with losses?
If they are, they're going to be so high.
Well, that's normal for Colorado. All right. Talk to you next week.
All right. See you guys.
There he is.
Bye, Farron.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM, MLB Network Radio. By the way, I didn't get to this. I don't even know if the computer will allow it because it's been acting very weird here lately. Let's see if this is going to work. Is it going to work? All right. Last night, Nick, at Fenway Park, something happened that had never happened before since the ballpark opened.
Neto with a swing and a drive out to left field. That one's hit a ton. And that first plate appearance slug number goes up. Up and over the monster to start the ball game. 1-0 Halos.
That's his 5th.
Second, 2 runs in, nobody out. Mike swings and sends a drive out to left center field. Yeah, baby! Get that one up over the monster. Mike Trout's 10th of the year. That ball land on the street. Maybe that one lands on the street. Oh man! Joe Adell with a long solo shot.
Joe Adell says hello to that street.
So 3 home runs in the first inning that had never happened by an opposing team at Fenway Park.
Wow.
And that one hit by Trout was crazy.
I'm surprised he's still playing this late in the season. That's late for him.
Well, he just got back off the DL.
Oh, okay.
So he just had his injury time a little earlier, but that was impressive.
I like the Austin Powers reference. Very timely here in 2025.
Yeah, baby.
You know,
He's
that
got his
thing was
mojo
crushed, though. I mean, he absolutely tattooed that. There had never been 3 home runs hit in the top of the first inning in
At
Fenway
Park.
history.
Ever.
That is wild.
And okay, tell me what's crazier, that or the fact that home run hit by Mike Trout was only his 2nd home run ever hit at Fenway Park.
Really? What was the first?
He'd only had one other career home run in his storied career. He has only had one other home run at Fenway Park.
How much of that is dictated by the fact that he would only have so many appearances at Fenway Park? I think they've changed the schedule to where I don't know that they used to do. Or maybe
Right.
they always did.
I bet he's probably had upwards of 50 games at Fenway Park. Probably.
Given Nick's injury joke, maybe they were always playing when
he was hurt. Yeah, that could be.
Do you know what that other game was?
I don't.
Ah.
I don't. I just saw the number. It didn't say which other game it was, but that kind of blew me away because you'd figure Mike Trout, he's home run every ball.
I'm looking to see his career games played against the Red Sox here. So and then they would have to be in Fenway Park. So now I got to go to a different part of the. This is great radio here. Someone talk.
Well, I'll let you look that up and then we'll come back because someone asked me a question today about the super regionals and how many teams have qualified since the last time.
35 games. That's a lot. That's incredible.
Yeah. Only his 2nd home run. All right. We'll have more when we continue. Mike Schaefer joining us today for Josh on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back here to the Grum. John Bishop, Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 with us. His 24/7 colleague, Michael Bruntz, will join us in a few moments. And this conversation will kind of dovetail on what we can talk about with Michael. But I had someone ask me today, because I had tweeted out a graphic. I've been keeping track of these things as I've been doing College World Series games of the appearances in the NCAA tournament and the Super Regionals by conference.
Mhm.
And naturally, the SEC is way out in front of everybody, and then the ACC's, in second, and then there's another tier, and et cetera, et cetera. And someone, Vince, on Twitter asked me, how many different programs have made it to the Super Regionals since Nebraska last made it in 2005? And initially, I just wanted to just spitball it and just kind of throw out a random guess. But then my curiosity got the better of me, so I spent the better part of 20 minutes putting together a spreadsheet.
And Super Regional?
So this is just making the Super Regional, so the Sweet 16 of college baseball, because Nebraska last made it in 2005. So we're talking 20 years. How many different programs have made the Supers since 2005? Shafe, now I did tweet out the answer earlier. I don't know if you saw it or not, but would you fathom a guess? Would you fathom a guess?
I think what I saw was that you had it broken down by conference, and so that's what I had saw, but I did not see.
That was the original tweet.
Right. I didn't see the
Vince's
number
tweet
that
is
you're
like-
alluding to here, and now I'm just stalling for myself to come up with a number that I would be willing to put out there and not be horribly wrong. I don't know, it's 56 different programs.
The number is 80.
Okay.
80 different programs have made a Super. So this would start with the 2006 Super Regionals to present, since the last time Nebraska was in.
Did
the next
subtract the 15 from the year of 2005, so they didn't count twice?
I didn't count. This was starting in 2006.
Okay. All right.
This is starting in 2006. So it's the number of different teams that have made it since Nebraska last made it.
Got it.
And I did count them up by number. The team that has made the most in that, I guess, 20-year run is Florida State. They've made 12. LSU has made 11. North Carolina has made 11. Virginia has made. What's that?
What's Oregon State?
Oregon State 9.
Okay.
And this is counting this year, by the way, too. So Oregon State's at 9. They're just outside the top 5. As far as comparable, because obviously, Nebraska changed conferences a few years after they made their last Super Regional. So Big Ten schools that have made a Super Regional. Would you like to fathom a guess as to how many there have been?
So I'm going to say 5.
You're close. It's 6.
Yep.
And that is counting.
Team I don't have.
And that is counting. That's counting UCLA's this year.
Okay.
And that's also counting one. Maryland has been to 2, but one was in their last year with the ACC, and then they made one their first year in the Big Ten. I had forgotten that Minnesota made a Super Regional. And so too did Illinois. Indiana obviously did, because they were in the World Series the year that they made it. And Michigan made 2 Super Regionals.
Yeah, Minnesota was not the program that I had in my head there. I knew Maryland. I knew Illinois. I knew Indiana. I knew Michigan. And then I wasn't thinking about UCLA as much, but Minnesota I would not have guessed. I think I would have went Purdue over Minnesota.
Yeah, I totally spaced out that Minnesota had made a Super Regional. So basically, I mean, we're talking 20 seasons. That's what I say, 6 different teams, 7 appearances. So you're kind of averaging 1 every 3 years ish for the Big Ten. And certainly, Nebraska's in the same vein as programs. Well, I mean, they're all in the same conference, right?
You're right.
So, I guess the answer to the question, I guess the next question would be, well, shouldn't this mean Nebraska should be one of these teams? Yeah, theoretically, if any of these teams can make it, certainly the Illinois, the Indiana, the Minnesota, if they can make it, Nebraska can make it.
Pretty sure Illinois and Indiana both would have been 1 seeds a year that they made it. UCLA was a 1 seed this year. So at least of the 6, 3 of them would have been as the host.
Yeah, Michigan, I believe, was a 3 seed both
was
the years.
Maryland the one for the Big Ten? Because they had that really good year.
I did not keep track of.
Not that you needed to. This is just me wondering.
No, but let's see. That would have been 20. Was that 2014? No, it was 2015 because 2014 they made it, but they were in the ACC. So 2015, Maryland was a 3 seed.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They were a 3 seed. So, I mean, Minnesota was a lower seeded team. Michigan was a 3 seed when they made it all the way to the College World Series finals in 2019. So I guess the lesson here is it can be done. It just hasn't been done yet. And I said yesterday, curious what you think, Shafe. Well, in fact, let's wait on that. We'll talk about it with Brunson when we come back. But I kind of threw out my idea of what reasonable is for Nebraska. We can discuss that and more things as Huskers wrapped up their season earlier this week. Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7, will join us next on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Michael Brunts of the great website, Husker247.com, on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Michael, I'd like to introduce you to my new co-host today. Josh is on vacation today, but Mike Schaefer is joining us from a website also called Husker247.com.
There you go. Said he was out this afternoon, and now I know where.
Do you miss it?
I thought that I would have been in Omaha, but I'm actually out while being right here in Lincoln. So,
yeah. You guys should have just done it in Lincoln. Done a thing from down here. Made John drive in.
I should have just carpooled. It would have that would have been the route to go here, but I didn't set it up in time.
Could have gotten so much done. Have you guys figured out yet what your assignments are for the month of June and who's got to go where and cover what and do why?
Yeah, we got an idea. We got it covered. It's a busy little month they got here in June. So lots going on.
Is this busier?
It always sneaks up. You're like, oh, this looks like a normal, and there's not much going on. And then it's like, oh, here's a camp, there's a camp, this is going on, that's going to happen. Nebraska has 4 commits, and they're going to probably have, hopefully, double that by the time the month ends, or halfway through July, if not more. So there should be some stuff going on.
Is it busier this June, or is it just a different busy?
It feels like, I don't know. It's been trending this way for a while. Schaefer can disagree with me on this, but it feels like, basically your 2 busiest months of the recruiting calendar now are June, and basically that's the 3-week window or 4-week window between the end of the season in December and mid-January with the portal stuff. So I don't know. It's everybody loads up on official visits now in June. I think programs are kind of trying to figure out what the prospect camp means in the year of our Lord 2025 and for recruiting and how you go about it. So I don't know. I think it'll probably feel different next year too. But it's at least as far as Nebraska is concerned, it's going to be a busy month. Plus this 7-on-7 camp that they've got going on Friday down here. It's going to be a pretty big deal too.
Would certainly echo what Brunch just said there. I think June is the busiest month in the front end of the off season by a substantial margin. Like March could be busy if there's a bunch of junior days and all of that. But there's just not that really anymore. And I think the sort of dead period that ends at the end of the month, you have a lot of programs that are trying to get most of their recruiting done on the front end here. Bruns, I want to, if we're going to stick with recruiting here, I do want to ask about this because it's just noticeable to me on our message board. It's noticeable to me in the interviews and the conversations. Does it seem to you that people are slowly becoming a little bit more agitated, concerned, I guess, about where things are in Nebraska's recruiting cycle with just 4 commitments here on June 3rd, 2025, year of our Lord?
Yeah, I would say there's some the gyms are getting a little rustled based on that 4 number and the fact that it hasn't really moved a ton in the last few months. So it's also an interesting class for Nebraska because you've got the 105 maybe coming. You might have guys grandfathered in. The class was probably going to be small anyways, but I think when you're not seeing that number tick up, when other programs are getting commitments and things like that, and like we said, a lot of your work for your recruiting class needs to be done in June and July. July usually being where the guys from the June visits announce their commitments, typically on 4th of July, by the way. And it just, I think also too with Nebraska having gone through the changes that they did on the coaching staff in the off season, there was some board resetting going on, and having to kind of play catch up in some recruitments, and I think the combination of all that probably has brought the level of consternation up a tish as we get to June. And I mean, the thing is, Nebraska, a lot of schools hosted official visits last weekend. Nebraska didn't do that, but it's going to be a steady stream of visitors here over the next 3 weekends up until the dead period. So it's going to get busier. The commitments are going to come. It's just, you see other schools getting them right now, and you're kind of standing there with your palms up going, where are our commitments?
I know that there's always been, the fans are always going to be a little more reactionary than the coaches are. But do you think there is any concern inside the walls of that football program about where they currently sit right now?
I don't know. I mean, I think we'll see that a little bit more as the month goes on. Maybe if things don't go Nebraska's way with some guys, but like I said, I mean, it's going to be a smaller class. I think that this staff has embraced the portal more than what they had the previous 2 seasons, and I think there's a little bit of a safety net, I guess, that you kind of have if like let's say you miss out on a wide receiver or something like that. I mean, there's always going to be somebody in the portal that you can go in and get. But I think too, the staff is going to continue to try to do the developmental thing, and they're going to find guys in camp and make offers if the guy's there that makes sense. They're still doing the post grad portal camp, that they hope they can maybe find a guy or two, the James Williams type situation later this month. So, is there concern? I haven't really gotten that sense yet, but. You're seeing some 2026 offers go out here, and as guys decommit or they see somebody else that makes sense for them. But I don't get the sense that there's a lot of panic over there as of now.
Brunt, you were at Nebraska's camp that they had on Sunday, and also at that camp was 2027 commit Trey Taylor. First time you were able to get eyes on him tossing around the pigskin. They had some other quality quarterbacks there. What kind of stood out from what you watched at that camp and Trey Taylor specifically?
Yeah, no, he was kind of the guy that everybody was watching during the camp, and throws a really good ball. I mean, he was at the an Elite 11 regional in State College, I think, earlier this spring, and won the underclassmen accuracy competition at that camp. Has a really good frame. I mean, he walks by you and from a distance doesn't look that tall, but he's got a really good frame. In the one-on-ones that we got to see, he put the ball where he needed to on the intermediate routes, and those camp settings are always interesting to me because it's like, okay, this kid's in line next. This is who I'm throwing to. Go run a route, and we'll kind of see how it goes. And I was impressed though that with whatever route he was having to throw, the ball was on time and it was generally where it needed to be. His last 2 throws I thought were really impressive. 30, 40 yarder down the sideline for a touchdown, and a nice 15-yard out. That was like I said, right on time. So he's a really impressive kid. The fact that he's in Lincoln all week, just kind of being around, hanging out with the coaches. He's going to be here for the big 7-on-7 tournament or camp on Friday. I know Huddle's doing another event on Saturday that he's going to be at too. That's going to have a number of top recruits at. So, for a kid that's only been in Nebraska's class for just a couple days, over a month right now, he's really kind of embraced the peer recruiter role that you need your quarterback to be. And, having him around, I think kind of helps when you've got guys coming in and out of town, and he's pretty well connected through the 7-on-7 world. So that was a pretty valuable early commitment. I mean, it's interesting. Nebraska, when they got the commitment from Dylan Raiola, didn't really get the benefit of that immediate peer recruiting from a quarterback in that class. And I think you're seeing with, at least with Trey Taylor early on, he's a well-connected kid. He's a known name, maybe not as high up there as Dylan Raiola was, but you can really benefit, I think, when you're putting together a class, when you have somebody that's out there kind of singing your praises to their peers like he is.
Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7. So Shafe and I were talking in the last segment because someone had asked me this morning on Twitter how many different programs have made the Super Regionals since Nebraska last made a Super Regional in 2005. And the answer is 80. 80 different programs have been in the Super Regionals. 6 of those programs have been Big Ten programs. Michigan, Minnesota, Maryland once, UCLA, we're counting that this year, Illinois, and Indiana. And it's basically averaged out to one bout every 3 years. I had mentioned yesterday on the program about, where should the expectations be? And certainly getting to the regionals is a decent expectation. Making a super every now and then, is probably, on par, but it's certainly not a deal where you're expecting to do it once every 3 years or twice every 5 years. So I'm curious, kind of hearing the data, seeing how this season played out, where you think that lands with Nebraska.
Yeah, and so I know obviously UCLA hosted this year. I'm pretty sure one of the Schwarber teams, but did both of the Schwarber teams, did they host their regional? That they made it through to the Indiana, to the Supers when they made it?
Indy, that's a good question. I'm going to look
like they only hosted one of the 2 years and was a 2 seed another year.
Yeah.
But I also thought Maryland was a host one time.
Like a lot of those teams that, at least
Indiana did host in 2014.
Okay. So it's been kind of one of those, it feels like you almost kind of get the benefit sometimes, with some of those programs of it's like a NASCAR race where you get a big crash and somebody ends up pulling through and winning this thing. I mean, that's kind of how Minnesota was. I think the year they made it.
Yeah.
Illinois was okay, but, not great. But, that's generally the easiest route, though, is you host it, you have that advantage and you get through. But no, I think, occasionally getting to a super is an okay expectation to have. It's probably on the high side, just given the data that you kind of laid out. I mean, there's a lot of factors that play in there. But I think, at least for this current version of Nebraska baseball, I mean, I think you just need to find a way to kind of smooth out the roller coaster ride a little bit. It's 1 year you're in and you're competitive. The next year you're completely rebuilding and miss the tournament. The next year, you're kind of back again, but not quite. Like, you just need to kind of, I think getting to the tournament consistently is a fair expectation. I mean, 3 out of 5 years, 4 out of 5 years, and then, occasionally making a super. I mean, it's just such a, I know what your data is, but it's just going to get tougher. And I think, having UCLA and Oregon and those teams in the Big Ten is going to help a little bit. But, for teams like Nebraska that still have to go on the road and play a ton of road games early on. I mean, you look at how many home games UCLA and Oregon played early in the year this year. I mean, they're not even Oregon. I mean, they play like a Southern team with the way they schedule. So, I mean, I think getting there consistently, being competitive when you get there, and occasionally getting through to the super, I think that's a fair expectation. I do think Nebraska probably needs to, invest a little bit more in terms of what they're doing from an administrative support type situation. But no, I think having a competitive team and baseball matters here. I mean, I think that's a very fair expectation for what the program could be.
Hey, I got a question for you as someone who was around the program all year, and you're familiar with Rob Childress and the success that he's had throughout his career. How difficult was it for him to kind of go through a year where he just didn't have, you lose Mason McConaughey, and they didn't have a lot to rely on in that staff, whether it was the front end of your rotation or whether it was the back end or the midweek guys. It just felt like they he couldn't find the right buttons to push. What was the level of frustration that you sensed over there just from the inconsistency playing out just in the pitching rotation for a very competitive, guy and Rob Childress?
Yeah, no, I think there was a lot of frustration. I mean, the McConaughey injury, I think it's easy to probably write that off when you're kind of looking at the totality of the season. But I mean, you look at kind of the way Nebraska's season played out and their struggles on Friday night, you have to think that if you have a preseason third-team All-American out there for you on Friday, you'll probably win at least a few more of those Friday night games. I mean, you have to cover probably about 100 innings, with guys that, maybe weren't ready for that role. I mean, I think even if you got like late season Ty Horn for half the year, things look a little bit differently. And I think you do have to give Rob Childress some credit with the development that Ty Horn showed. But, between McConaughey and also Tucker Timmerman being out for most of the season or half the season, I mean, those were a lot of high leverage innings that they had to fill. So that was a concern. I think overall, they walked more hitters than they would have liked. I mean, when you compare numbers for this year to kind of where they've been historically for Rob Childress coach teams, they don't really stack up particularly well. So, it's going to be interesting going forward what that staff is going to look like because, the last couple starts, Ty Horn looked like a legit Friday night guy. And, Mason McConaughey didn't have the Tommy John surgery until I want to say middle of March. So, what does that kind of look like for next year? I mean, I would expect that he's going to be pretty limited for a good chunk of the year. So they're going to have to find some weekend arms. Luke Broderick was great on the back end of that bullpen, but what's his draft situation going to be? I mean, there's going to be a lot of kind of moving pieces on that pitching staff, and you lose guys like Drew Christo, who have kind of been a rock for you. Will Walsh, the same way of guys who have pitched a lot for you. So they're going to have to find some talented arms to fill in there. But I do think that those two guys not having Timmerman and McConaughey for most of the year, I mean that was a lot that they kind of had to overcome and really put some guys into some roles that maybe they weren't quite ready for.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7. Brunsey, we appreciate you loaning us Shafe today, but at least the good news is you don't have to clean out the 24/7 office microwave after Shafe forgot to put the lid on his soup. So.
He's a big reheating fish guy, I think. What I understand.
That is not true. Hey, Bruntz, give us a number so I can read from the dad joke book.
Oh yes, good call.
Any like what to what?
Page number.
Yeah, just like 1 to like 100 or something.
Give me 14. That's Andres Galarraga's number. Also, Tags apparently. So, give me 14.
Are you sticking around for the joke?
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
I mean, you're going to let him call for the number, but you're not going to read him the joke.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to listen to it on, at home. I don't know where he's doing this at. It was a dumb question. I acknowledge that. I apologize. How does a penguin build its house?
I got no idea.
One ice cube at a time. I don't know.
It glues it together.
All right.
Aren't you glad you stuck around for that?
Yes. That was worth the price of admission.
Yes, it was. Brunsey, have a good one. Thanks.
Yep. See you guys.
The best part is you can read these all over again because, Hudson's not old enough to understand these jokes yet.
Sure, absolutely. I hate dad jokes. Like, that is not my sense of humor. So if I'm going to do it, I am hamming that thing up as much as possible as I'm reading it out. But
I love dad jokes.
Yes, we know, Nick.
Some of my favorite jokes.
Well, we'll pick another number next hour and see how bad that one is. I think the first one's better than the second one, the Gator one. It's a little bit better.
The investigator.
I kind of called the igloo one. I'm like, glue, igloo. Yeah, that one it felt like a layup. That one did.
Okay. Well, speaking of jokes, our daily trek into the college football cluster is next. But someone, a colleague of yours, Shafe, has come up with a different playoff idea. We're going to throw that at you and see what you think. So stay tuned.
Depends
That's
on the
coming.
colleague.
A national colleague.
Okay.
Not a local colleague, a national colleague. Next, 1620 The Zone.
Mr. Touchdown. They always call him Mr. T. He can run and kick and throw. Give him the ball and just look at him go. Hip hip hooray for Mr. Touchdown. He's gonna beat him today. So give a great big cheer for the hero of the year, Mr. Touchdown USA.
It's the college football cluster. Welcome back to the Grum, everyone. Mike Schaefer filling in for Josh today.
I enjoyed seeing Brutus with the no noon graphic up there in the corner.
Yes.
That made me laugh.
One of my favorites.
I really like that.
One of my favorites. So obviously the playoff conversation is still roaring ahead. We talked about this last week, how and we tried to give free advice to the Big Ten. You know, the SEC is getting out in front of all of this. They're making all of the statements. They're doing all the press conferences. They're doing all the media availabilities. They're putting out all the stats. Meanwhile, the Big Ten, who kind of started this whole mess with their 4-4-2-2-1-1-1-1 nonsense, they've been sitting back and just kind of letting things happen. And we gave them some free advice last week and say, hey, all you have to do is get out in front of your people and explain, here's why our system makes a lot of sense. Because it gives you all a chance to get into the playoff. 4 guaranteed spots a year. Top 6 are essentially playoff teams because you're going to have play-in games. All of this stuff. But, you know, the Big Ten does as the Big Ten does. They sit back and just let everyone just kind of run roughshod all over them, just assuming that their ideas are going to be out there. Well, Scott Docterman today in The Athletic put out a story today. I guess he's trying to do a little help for the Big Ten as well to say, hey, here's your case. And he does bring up an interesting point when it comes to the history of the selection committee and why the Big Ten's idea makes more sense for them and for others because of the mistrust of the committee. And, you know, you think back to 2017 when Ohio State won the Big Ten, but they had 2 losses, but they played a much better schedule. And Alabama, who didn't even win their division, but had 1 loss, jumped over them and made the 4-team playoff. Then in 2018, and we're extending it down the line here, but remember, the idea is if we do the whole 5-11 concept, that means there's 11 at-larges, which essentially means, you know, teams 14, 15, 16 in the rankings, they're going to get in the playoff. Well, in that season, Florida ended up ahead of LSU and Penn State. All teams were 9-3, but Florida played a really weak non-conference. Florida State was bad that year.
They do, as SEC teams largely do.
Yes, they do. While, you know, Penn State had better losses. They lost to Ohio State, who was 13-1. They lost to Michigan, who was 10-3. And yet those teams got passed in the final rankings. Now, back then, it didn't matter as much, even though that Florida team did get to a New Year's Six Bowl and Penn State did not. But when you're talking about it in the modern concept of, you know, being ahead of another team in terms of the rankings, that could be the difference between a playoff spot or no playoff spot. So the whole argument here is the Big Ten doesn't trust the committee to make the right decision. So let's come up with a system that takes it out of the committee's hands and makes it more
BCS?
Well, it's not even a BCS, but it makes it more objective where, hey, if you finish in the top 4 of the Big Ten, you're in the playoff no matter what, right? And so that's kind of the point of where they're coming from. The interesting thing here is, Shafe, so the Big Ten is arguing, hey, we don't trust the committee. The committee's done some things in the past that have been a little screwy, so why don't we have a more objective system? The SEC, on the other hand, is also arguing, hey, the committee does some screwy things. We still like them being a part of it. We just need to change the parameters of what the committee needs to do. So both these leagues hate what the committee is doing. They're just They're coming up with different reasons, though, to try to undermine or change what the committee is trying to do.
It shouldn't be this hard to put teams in a bracket to play playoff games, and yet here we are, because we're in a sport in which they don't have a uniform number of conference games. Conference don't have a uniform number of teams. We just sort of willy-nilly decide which games are valuable and which games aren't valuable. We make up which teams are better than other teams, even though they haven't played each other or have a comparable opponent. We give stump speeches about who deserves it more based on things that aren't even relevant or germane to the product that's on the field. Yeah, I like my concern right now is so much of college football is just being built around discourse that just minimizes what actually happens on the field. Why I loved last year Alabama being left out is that they lost on the football field. They were punished for a poor result or results. If you're one that doesn't believe that losing to, or if you do believe that losing to Oklahoma and Vanderbilt should likely disqualify you as one of the top 12 teams in the country. So I just have so much apprehension, I guess, about how this is going to be resolved. And then I talked about this previously. You look around other sports right now, and how often are we just seeing one conference dominate in these committee type settings? I mean, we have college softball and college baseball and college basketball where the SEC is just all of these teams, because we've just determined in our brain that because they're playing each other and they're having sort of middling results amongst each other, they all must be good. They all must be worthy. A loss to any of them is better than a loss to any other team isn't in any other conference. Like it's such a circular firing squad when it comes to the SEC, and we're all good, so none of our losses actually count against each other. It's sort of like extrapolating the idea that Bill Moose had when he didn't want the losses in the Big Ten East to weigh against Big Ten conference standings. It's just like the SEC should just not even have results for their games. They're just going out and they're having fun. No one wins, no one loses. You're putting in 12 of our teams. Let's go. Let's do it. Like it's just dumb. And then you see it play out, and you see teams get picked off. Texas A&M loses to Liberty in a setting in which the game on the field actually matters and not the number next to the team. Texas and Vanderbilt go out in the college baseball playoff early to schools that couldn't possibly compete in the SEC. Blah, blah, blah. The games matter. Results matter. Let's find a way to make that the important thing here, and not whatever conjecture or how we structure the committee or whoever's on the committee. I don't know. The more this goes on, the more I just tune all of it out, and I'm ready to get to August, because then you know what happens in August? And it's weird that it's in August. Football happens. They're playing games. They don't have to listen to this. Like I have become, and it's hilarious. We're on Sports Talk Radio, and I'm saying,
right.
But I have just become so tired of the ESPN machine of shoving embrace debate down our throat to the point that the entire offseason is an endless debate over what exactly? I mean, we don't even have uniformity in the sport. So what exactly are we debating at this point in time? You have a conference that's so scared to play each other that they'd rather just say, hey, we're all good. We don't need to play a ninth game. We're all good. Just trust us. We're good. You can trust it. Then play 9 conference games and prove that they're good. Prove that somebody's better than someone else.
Well, and that's the other thing at play here, too, is that the Big Ten's not willing to budge on its idea until the SEC goes to 9, and the SEC is not willing to budge on going to 9 until they get what they want. And so it's just this nonstop circular argument where they both agree we don't trust the committee, but they have different ways of going about disagreeing. And they can't come to any kind of consensus, all while at the same time, they're literally trying to run the other conferences out of the conversation altogether and just say, hey, you guys don't even matter. I don't even know why you're even in this conversation.
It's like they're holding the sport hostage and then bickering like an old married couple at the same time.
Yeah, it is. It really is. So
you left the light on. You forgot to put the milk away. You left the garage door. Oh, no, wait. Those are all the things my wife says to me.
Meanwhile, I'm curious what you think of this because, everyone's got their formats. And your national colleague from CBS, Josh Pate, came up with something that I saw today. And this is for a 14-team playoff where the top 2 seeds, and for the purposes of the conversation, using last year's rankings as a guide, but using last year's rankings as a guide, and allowing for automatic bids to the conference champions, top 5 conference champions, that the bracket would look like this, but the top 2 seeds get a bye. And so you would have actually, what is that? That's 6 first-round games. And so last year it would have been the 8 seed was Arizona State, the 9 was Miami. You would have had Notre Dame versus Clemson. You would have had Penn State versus BYU. You would have had Texas versus Illinois. You would have had Ohio State versus that's South Carolina. And you would have had Boise State versus Ole Miss.
How did SMU just get left out of this, by the way?
Oh, did I miss SMU?
No, you didn't. Josh did. I don't understand how SMU is out, but South Carolina, Illinois are in.
Interesting.
BYU is in. I'm sure he had some sort of reason.
Maybe this was just a straight 14-team seed, perhaps.
Might be what it would have been. Yeah,
that might have been what it is. But I mean, is this something that would be relatively attractive? Because here's what I understand: getting a bye for the top 2 teams, or getting some kind of bye, because then it puts a little more emphasis on the conference championship game
and the regular season.
And the regular season, so that there is some kind of a reward. Just like the Eagles got a reward for being the best team in the NFC, the Bills got the reward in the AFC. I don't have a problem with that. So I understand that part of it. Now, how you get to the 14 teams. I still think you've got to have a place for a group of 5 team. I mean, I wasn't for any kind of playoff expansion unless there was some kind of a guarantee that somebody not from one of the big 4 conferences was going to get in. Yep. And so we at least got that. I still want that to happen. That's important to me because I think I didn't like the fact that literally half the sport, they were out of the national championship race before the ball was even kicked off to start the season. So that part I wanted to keep in. Now the rest of it, in terms of how you get there, I don't know. But what would you think of something similar to this, a 14-team formula where you've got a lot of first-round games, but the top 2 teams get a bye?
I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm someone, I see it in the comments here on YouTube, but I actually thought the 12 worked really well. I mean, I thought the product was good. My only quibble with it is that I wish that the teams that got a bye also got a home game. Like, give them the second round home game, and then you go to bowl sites after that. It's pretty hard to ask someone, the Ohio State super fan, to have to go to 3 different bowl sites, to financially afford that in the holiday season. But not that it would get any cheaper if they had to go to Autzen, but I think that's a more fair thing for Oregon. You're the 1 seed and you get to play that game at home. They have to come into your environment and play on your terms, on your field. I am really disappointed that we have went from this stretch where it was, my childhood up until just shy of middle school, where it was bowl games. And then we go into the BCS, and that goes until we get the college football playoff. And then we're in the playoff, and, we go from the BCS, where it's 2 teams, to 4 teams in the playoff. And then we're up to what we are now. And it's just, why do we have to make a change immediately? Why can't we let this play out a little bit and tweak inside the parameters of the 12 teams? I don't think, just like I'm sure somebody in the 19 whatevers was thinking no one that's the 45th seed is winning the NCAA tournament in basketball. I don't need to see Illinois or South Carolina playing for the bid or playing in a college football playoff game necessarily. Like, I don't think we need to go that deep. With apologies to those teams, and they were good. I mean, relative to what you are when you're the 13th or 14th best team in the country, and best being a very questionable term there when you're
Correct.
ranked 13th or 14th or whatever it is. But I thought the 12 was fine. I thought the teams that were in were fair. I thought they represented the teams that had played well throughout the college football season. As I said before, I didn't have any qualms about Alabama being left out, and no one has benefited from a bad system more than Alabama has over the last decade. So it
True.
felt fitting in some ways. And you lost. You don't have an argument. Just stop. Anyways, off of that, like, I really would rather just see this stay at 12. And so, if my options are 12 or 14 or 16, I would be fine with Josh Pate's model that he has there. Like, I'm curious if there's a reason he doesn't have SMU in there, or if it was just an oversight on his part. But yeah, I also think you have to have group of 5 representation, or why are they even playing at this level? If it's all just going to be power conference teams, remove the group of 5. And then you know what we do at that point? You can't have any games that aren't power conference games. So everyone's playing someone in the power conference. And that's all where we're headed at some point in time.
Yeah.
And probably faster than where any of us want to go. But at least I'm just disappointed that we couldn't come to this agreement that we could have stayed at 12, finesse some of the details inside of there. Because I really thought the way that it went off was very enjoyable. It made the weekends and those games, it fits what feels like the college basketball and college baseball model, where you have, these sort of buzzy weeks where there's more teams, and then you're drilling into what ultimately matters. And I thought we got good semifinals. And then championship wasn't the greatest, but you at least had teams that had earned their way there and played their way there. And we had good quarterfinals, and we had a good opening round, and there was some good games throughout. And yeah, teams got blown out, but that happens in literally every playoff ever. You're not going to guarantee good games by finding the magic right number of teams. What you're probably going to do is expand the amount of blowouts that you have, because that's college football. You see blowouts every week. And the NFL for that matter. I'm really just mostly disappointed that the 12 team didn't stay. And it was funny because when it was 12 initially, I was like, what a weird number. That doesn't make any sense. And then it actually worked out pretty well. And I really don't think there's that many arguments other than, oh no, they got more bids than we did. We can't ever allow that to happen again. Even though we were the conference that has looked our nose down upon literally everyone else in the sport from our ivory tower, where nothing that could ever go wrong for us. But then it finally did. So it's the loudest noise we've ever heard.
Yeah, it actually, I mean, as much as a lot of us enjoyed the fact that the SEC kind of got a bit of a comeuppance this year, it actually was the worst thing for the discourse.
Yeah.
Because we would not be having these conversations, I don't think, today, if Alabama had won that game over, well, we might still be having these conversations because it might be the Big Ten, beating the drum a little harder and saying, well, why didn't Indiana get in instead of this 2 loss? But either way, because the SEC got shortchanged in their view, this turned into a big deal. And then the Big Ten's talking point, which was out there last year anyway, and people shouted it down then and thought it was a dumb idea, but then it gained new life. And listen, it all comes down to money, but I'm with you. 12 teams was fine. Let it breathe a little bit. Let's see what happens, especially now that you have the seeding straightened out so that Oregon actually would get the benefit from being the top seed instead of having to play in Ohio State in the second round. Let's see what happens over, 3 or 4 years. And then you can tweak it as you see fit. But no, that's not the way we work anymore, because it's about the money, it's about the control, it's about the access, and what we're going to find is no one's ever going to be happy. And so someone's going to, beat the drum and say, we've got to change this. And so here we go. We're at this conversation point again.
We're at this conversation point with basketball where you have 60 odd teams, and we're at the conversation point where I was pretty perturbed that UConn was left out of the baseball regionals, despite the fact that they had a far better season than Kentucky, and their numbers bear that out. And someone is always going to be left out. I think we have to acknowledge there is never going to be a system where someone isn't left out. That's why it's a system. That's the other thing. The idea of creating the bracket in the tournament is to purposely leave out teams. So at some point, we have to be okay with the idea, whether it's the 13th team or the 17th team or whatever it is, someone isn't going to go, it's the participation trophy joke. Not everyone gets to go. And that's the deal. Someone has to stay home. And for whatever reason, people have lost their mind over this. And by people, largely in the Southeastern Conference. When there was concern that we were going to lose the regional nature of college football when the conferences started changing around, I don't think that's happened. I think it's just resulted in more tribalism for the conference of which your team has played in, or the conference in which you are just more annoyed by, at least in my case.
It's definitely happening. That is for sure. And the South has always yelled a little bit louder than everybody else. When we continue here on the Grum, can you have an NBA show without the NBA? Charles Barkley will try to explain. And we'll read another dad joke. And Steve Sipple still to come as well. And a slice, yes. We do have a slice of college baseball coming up on 1620 The Zone. So over the weekend, it was the final episode of Inside the NBA on TNT as the Eastern Conference Finals came to an end and Indiana beat New York. But the show is going to go on as part of ESPN's coverage. But apparently it will also continue to some degree on TNT. You're saying, wait, how is that possible?
Yeah, no, I'm very confused.
TNT no longer will have the NBA. So what are they doing? Well,
Are they paying for the rights to broadcast it?
Well, here's Charles Barkley yesterday on the Dan Patrick Show, and he will try to explain what the H is going on.
They're being honest. We're going to probably work on ESPN 1/3 or half the time, but they're trying to do something stupid at TNT, which is number one, it's a stupid idea for a couple of reasons. Number one, we won't have basketball highlights, but also we're probably going to be going up against an NBA game, and anybody who likes basketball ain't going to say, hey, you know what? Let me turn off an NBA game that's on Amazon, ESPN, or NBC to go watch these four dudes sit around and talk about nothing. So it's complicated. And like I say, we taped a pilot doing stupid stuff, and it was just stupid stuff. And I wouldn't want to go out like that.
So apparently, TNT is still going to have the four guys. Later in the interview, Charles wasn't quite sure. He said, I think it's still going to be called Inside the NBA, but they're still going to do a show on TNT.
So it's not even going to be like what Big Red Overreaction is, like not even a full-on reaction show, is it?
Well, as you heard from Charles there, they did a pilot show where they just sat around talking about stupid stuff and nothing.
Just make a podcast at that point.
So I'm confused by this, Shape. I'm not sure, but apparently the show's going to live on, but sometimes it'll be a pregame show on ESPN and sometimes it'll be some random show on a Tuesday night at 8:00 on TNT or whatever time they're going to put it on.
It's like they want their cake and to eat it too, because what made Inside the NBA, and this is from somebody who doesn't care about the NBA, like at all, do not care. I'll watch highlights every now and then or have a game on as something in the background, but I don't follow it that closely, but I would watch either clips online or if I was just looking for something to have on, I would watch the Inside the NBA show because you would see the interactions of these guys. Like it was a hangout show. Yeah. But it was a hangout show built around basketball. And so I guess if you keep them hanging out and it's not built around basketball, it's almost like they're like, hey, how do we reinvent Seinfeld? We're just going to have a show about nothing, but also about basketball a little bit with these four guys who aren't going to have the ability to throw it to highlights because we may not have the rights to display that. But we want people to watch them because really a lot of people that watched Inside the NBA, it wasn't so much that they wanted to see, the highlights of something. They just wanted to hear Charles Barkley and Shaq and Kenny and Ernie just go back and forth. Like it's a weird, very odd concept. I'm fascinated how this is going to work. It's a strange property to just like try to move that entire thing as well. And then you're moving it to where to a network where they're going to push their people to be on it.
Yes.
And it's not going to have the dynamic that was created that made it something that people really enjoyed watching, even if they weren't like big basketball people, or even if it wasn't their team being talked about, or, whatever it was. People like the dynamic of that team. And I'm very confused by what the goal is here.
I mean, the goal, like with everything else in television, is they found something that works. And so either they're going to beat it until the horse is dead and then go beyond that, or they're going to try to reinvent a wheel. And here it sounds like they're trying to reinvent the wheel with the same people, but that initial magic is gone. And a lot of this is possible because there was such an uproar when Turner lost the rights. It wasn't so much that, oh no, I'm not going to be able to watch this basketball game on TNT. It was, oh no, what's going to happen to that show? And as a result, they made up this deal somehow because this show is still going to be done in Atlanta. It's still going to be all the production people, mostly. Obviously, it's going to be the same cast. They're just going to beam it to Bristol and make it part of ESPN's presentation. So in theory, the show may feel the same, but it's not, because you're exactly right, Shafe. ESPN doesn't have a property that it doesn't try to shoehorn Stephen A. Smith into.
Yeah.
And
Paul Feinbaum's going to appear on it.
Exactly. Maybe Marty Smith in a, Wemby jersey, will show up.
Marty.
But that's what they're going to do. And so it's going to lose a lot of the magic that made it great. Sometimes it's just okay to let something die. As much as I don't want to see it go, sometimes it would have been just best to say, hey, it's over now, and we move on from there. You kind of just live with the decisions that you make.
Or if you're like, all right, we have this dynamic that people want to watch. We want to watch Charles Barkley and Shaq and Kenny interact. You could have created a sports show around that. You could have created a sports and society show around that. You could, it would have to be different. You'd probably need some sort of host, but you could legitimately, and I don't know that they would want to do it 5 nights a week. You could have created some kind of talk show element that involves these individuals plus sports, which gives you that dynamic. Now, maybe that's what they're going to try to go for, but it certainly doesn't seem like one of the biggest stars on the show thinks that it's going to work. Listening to Charles Barkley talk about that does not exactly make you want to go and see whatever it is, unless he is wearing Spike Lee's glasses again. And then I might have some interest, because I could not look away from those. That was weird.
For those of you who are listening on the radio, Charles had very large Spike Lee sized reading glasses on.
Really did.
And well, here's the other thing. What does he need to read? He's just looking into his computer screen.
Maybe
So I'm not sure.
Are they the blue wear glasses that are helpful?
Oh, maybe they are. I don't know. Could be. I
am interested in this. So, is Charles Barkley one of the more beloved sports? I don't want to say figures. I don't know what you would call him. He's not really an analyst because
his personality.
It does feel like losing the dynamic of this show. Someone enterprising is going to pick up pieces to a degree and create something off of them. I don't know what, because I don't think we're, they're going to try to do this, and they're in contracts and whatever else. But Barkley knows nothing about college basketball, but the dynamic of him being on that show works in March just because he's entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
And people know him. He's a known name. And so it's I am very interested what that kind of looks like. I mean, he's a unique person in the sports media landscape, to say the very least.
Well, if Charles Barkley could make a slice of college baseball interesting, we could bring him in and do that. But instead, we have just Nick. So
you get
we get Nick. Well, Nick's got a slice, but also, why are college baseball coaches having to apologize for everything? So we'll add those two things together. Sip will join us, and we'll continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Mike Schaefer filling in today for Josh on 1620 The Zone.
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
Hit out towards center field. Hogart underneath it. Murray State races into Super Regionals for the first time in program history.
Look at the hops on those dog piles. Postseason baseball, the college baseball world should be stunned this postseason.
College baseball.
And again, I called it. I knew as soon as that ball was going to be caught, we were going to get some pun about Murray State racing into the Super Regionals. But that's neither here nor there, Nick Grimm. I assume that Murray State is a slice today.
It is. And today, for the slice, I'm actually going to answer a question as well. A question that I'm sure you guys and everyone was left with after the regionals this weekend. Who the hell is Murray State?
Who the hell is Murray State?
What is this team? Murray State, the Racers, are a member of the Missouri Valley Conference.
The Valley!
Hey, we know that conference.
But we don't remember when they were in it because Creighton wasn't in it when they were in it.
That's true. This season, the Racers went 17-8 in the MVC, winning the championship. By the way, that's the first time they've won their conference since 2003. That was the Ohio Valley Conference. Before that, 1979.
Wow.
They also currently boast a record of 42-14 overall. Their best regular season win was probably when they beat Kentucky 5-4 on March 18th, but they did almost take down Ole Miss earlier in the season with an 8-7 loss. Wait a minute. Did I say Ole Miss?
You did.
Is that the same Ole Miss that they finished off last night after a hard-fought tournament?
Mm-hmm.
That's the very one, guys, which makes them winning last night even sweeter. How can you not be romantic about baseball? It just writes itself. The drama. It's all right there. Oh yeah, as mentioned in the open, this is their first Super Regional in program history. Let's take a look at a few of their players quick. Redshirt senior Jonathan Hogart, 339, 446, 695. The outfielder leads Murray State in home runs at 19 on the season.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Junior Nick Shooty. This starting pitcher has an 8-3 record with a 4.55 ERA over 87 innings. He also leads the Racers in strikeouts at 91 and a whip of 1.37.
Pretty good.
And redshirt freshman Dom Decker. The second baseman has put up not one, not two, but 133 assists this season with a fielding percentage of .964. Now, on Saturday, they start a best-of-3 series with Duke, who are also, as we all know, a scrappy blue-collar team. I wish I could sit here and tell you definitely that the Racers are going to make it to Omaha, but I just can't. As we've seen in just the regionals, this has gotten really wacky. Anything could happen. What I can guarantee, though, is that this will be a very fun series to watch, and if the Racers do come to the Schwab, then I think they'll have a lot of fans here in Omaha. Baseball.
There we go. Now you know about Murray State. Will you be rooting for Murray State, Shafe?
I'm not sure where the echo is coming from there.
Oh,
okay. I think we're good now. Yeah.
Right.
So I was confused that Grimm didn't know who Murray State was, but he probably wasn't watching college basketball when they went like 31-2. So that's kind of when they emerged on the national scene as like a college program.
That is true.
And then their coach, I believe, went to Iowa State after Hoiberg left. So they've had a little bit of run. And locally for Nebraska football fans, Jeremiah Jones, one of their big commitments, comes out of Murray, Kentucky. So Murray has been on the tongues of people around here for quite some time now. But no, I would root for Murray State. I find myself generally wanting teams from outside of the large conferences to have runs in the College World Series. You know, it's all about Fresno State when that happened. I enjoyed the Cal State Fullerton stuff way back when Kent State was here. I was all about Kent State and the Flashes, Stony Brook, all of that. So I'd be on board with it. I think that it would, if you had both UTSA and Murray State, though, I don't think it's close. I think people are going to be beeping all over Omaha.
Well, now keep in mind, there's also another connection because that same aforementioned Murray State basketball program is now coached by Ryan Miller, former Creighton assistant.
I was going to say
who just took Mason Miller with him and Frederick King. So you have a lot of Jays fans who are now becoming Jacers fans.
But not the Mason Miller. Because if they had that Mason Miller, I would say, you know which Mason Miller I'm talking about, right, John? A's closer?
Yes.
That Mason Miller would be
We would like that Mason Miller.
That Mason Miller would be quite helpful for the Murray State cause. You imagine
Yes.
that coming in the 8th inning, just blowing away the college baseball hitters, throwing 102 miles an hour.
As I mentioned, it's been apology week for college baseball coaches. So the other day, Coastal Carolina coach, Coach Schnall, ripped Kevin O'Sullivan from Florida because O'Sullivan got mad at the people running the tournament there at Coastal because they moved the game time and it was caught on video. It became a viral moment. He had to apologize for berating folks. But the line of the apology in this, it was a twofold apology. It was a statement from Kevin O'Sullivan and also a statement from Scott Strickland, the athletic director. Let me just read you the first line. This afternoon, I met with Kevin O'Sullivan and told him that his actions prior to yesterday's NCAA tournament game fell well short of expectations of how Gators treat people.
Oh, that's so awful.
I mean, I get what he's going for there, but
yeah,
Gators and people usually don't get along particularly well. And then there was an episode.
Did they bring out some investigators to see what was going on there?
The investigators.
Oh, here we go. And also speaking of apologies, now this must have happened maybe when I was driving home because I was listening to the Tennessee game on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the Tennessee game, there was an exchange between a Tennessee player and Tom Walter, the head coach of Wake Forest. Apparently, the player was gyrating in the batter's box. You know, it was getting spicy there. And the ESPN cameras cut over to Tom Walter, who was on the top step of the dugout, apparently mouthed a couple of words he shouldn't have mouthed.
He mouthed the F word and then a gay slur is what he did.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah. Well, a pair of F words.
Yes, a pair of F words, one of which was a gay slur.
Correct. Well, he has apologized for that incident today. Said, I'm very sorry for my outburst in frustration. I own the consequences and I apologize to the University of Tennessee, Wake Forest, the SEC, and the ACC.
And then the second he did that, the ESPN camera caught him. That player from Tennessee hit a home run.
He did hit a home run.
Yes.
So college baseball coaches just getting in trouble this week, apparently. Got to settle down, kids. Just settle down. Coming up next, Steve Sipple's going to join us.
Oh, Sipple.
Maybe Sipple will have something he has to apologize for.
Maybe. I'm sure.
Oh, and we should grab the book. We haven't done our joke this hour.
57.
57.
Okay. All right.
Page 57 in Schaefer's dad joke book.
I love this. This is a fun bit.
There appears to be 191 pages.
Oh my God. That's a lot of jokes.
Is it one joke per page? Is that how this is set up?
One joke per page. You said 57?
Okay.
57.
Yep, 57.
All right. Why are cats bad storytellers?
Why are cats bad storytellers?
I have a feeling it's something to do with meow.
That's kind of where my brain is going to.
And?
Because they only have one tail. This one is the worst of the three, and
that is bad. That's reaching. That one was reaching.
I don't think that one's reaching.
For a dad joke, that was reaching.
That's good.
The lowest of the three so far for me.
We'll continue with more with Sip next on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
I'm surrounded by internet people today. Mike Schaefer filling in from Husker 24/7. Hopefully we can get these two to play nice together. Steve Sipple of Husker Online. Hello, Sip.
Me and Mike Schaefer put nice together almost all the time, and we're from Columbus.
Oh, that's right.
He appears weekly on my radio show, on a weekly spot sponsored. So, yeah, we'll play nice.
Oh, Schaefer, you're muted. I think someone caught Schaefer eating. I saw in the comments.
No, I saw that too. And I actually hadn't been eating, and then I was like, well, I have something in front of me, so I guess if I'm going to eat, I should just mute it, and then I forgot to unmute it. So it worked its way back against me somehow. I don't know what that was because I hadn't been at that time, but so it goes.
Because I have two Columbians on the show together now. Now you're different generations, but best place to eat in Columbus. Go.
Shafe, go.
My favorite is El Tapatio. That's just that would be my first choice. The place I recommend to everyone that needs somewhere to go over there for the longest time was Gluers. It did have a sale and ownership, but I am told by the locals that are still there that it's still quality. So Gluers Tavern.
Is Gluers the one that made their own root beer?
No, that's Gottberg.
Okay.
So Dusters is another popular place in Columbus as well. But I didn't go there much as a kid. But Gluers, El Tapatio, if you're downtown Columbus, those are the spots for me. What about you, Steve?
All right, Shafe and John. Now listen, I haven't lived there since I was 18. And when you're, age 1 to 18, it's not like you're looking for nice restaurants, right? I mean, so I don't have an opinion on it. I've never been to the Husker House, steakhouse.
Oh, me either. We have that in common.
That is really odd that neither of us has been there.
My family didn't eat out that much.
And John and Shafe, when I went back, I don't have family there anymore. But when I did have family there, we didn't go out to eat. We just ate at the house.
Yeah.
So I have zero opinion. I don't have an opinion on it. Godfather, they have a very original. I don't want to say
terrific. He's not wrong. It's the best Godfathers in the country.
Yeah, it's a very, I'll say OG Godfathers, and it was always a treat, and it's my favorite pizza, and it's a sit down restaurant. So I'd say Godfathers. It's Schaefer, back me on this. It's like an OG type place.
Yeah. So unfortunately, since COVID, they only do takeout and delivery now. They are no longer open for the public to actually eat there. They had a terrific lunch buffet. But what Steve said is correct. I mean, you would go in there and it's just I would say 80s. It probably goes back to, but it just gives you that 80s pizza parlor vibe There was an arcade in there where you would have some games that you could
I
play.
bet it was a lot like the one we had in Fremont.
Probably.
Because
the quality of the pizza is second to none. It's people make fun of this and then they go and have it and they realize like the Columbus Godfathers just stands out relative to the rest of the Godfathers.
Yep, it does. It does. So that would be my pick.
Okay. Yeah, most of the places we went to when I was a kid growing up, they're all gone now in Fremont, or all of them. I mean,
really,
you know, the Breastwood Inn, you know, the Capri, Kindler's Steakhouse. I mean, all the best Aurora's Kitchen when I was real little that was the first place I ever had the big flour shell tacos, and they were amazing. But
Sybil, did you ever go to the Why Not in Columbus when that was still around?
No, you know what? It's always embarrassing to have these conversations because that's a staple. And no, I don't believe I did. I was well aware of it. People talked about the Why Not. You know, Shafe, you pass it. I passed it 1,000.
Oh yeah, there's no way you wouldn't have been able to. It's right there by the viaduct.
No, I like it's kind of an interesting question to me because. And people ask me that, and I say I just go through the spiel all the time. I grew up there, and as a 15-year-old, you're not looking for the best restaurants, you know. And our family did. It's not like we went out to eat that much. Oh, the one place I forgot. Somebody reminded me the other day, Mike and John Schaefer. I think we'll get this. They had a King's Food Host right by the old Y, and that was big. It was like a. You know, order off the phone at the cubicle type thing.
Yeah.
Or I call it a cubicle. It's probably not what the right term. It's food. And yeah, it was great. That's better times. I'd love to go back to that.
Yeah, people don't understand the joy of being able to, because it was kind of like the Sonic, you know, when you go to Sonic, you push the button, but instead you picked up the phone, or you could sit inside the diner and they had phones at all the tables. And that's how you even when you were inside.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
This wasn't a drive-through.
Okay. The one we had, I think both, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. They had phones on the table and you picked up the phone and the person in the kitchen took your order.
Yeah. It wasn't the drive-through in Columbus. And like the shakes were served in, you know, glass containers, and it was ridiculous. It was really good. So I maybe go there. Number one, Kings, and number two, Godfathers. And there's probably, when I was growing up, I don't think the Mexican restaurant thing was as prevalent. But I think since I left, that got more prevalent, and that would probably overtake everything. I just haven't been there enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some unbelievably good taco trucks in Columbus as well. That's another option that you can go.
Well, I know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Shafe, you were talking earlier when we had Brunts on, we were talking a little bit about Trey Taylor, and Sip, you wrote about Trey Taylor this week. I'm just curious how comfy folks should get with Trey Taylor.
I was saying that on a show today that everybody's so skeptical now, and everybody's so cynical. And I get it. Of course you are. And there'd be no way not to be at this point. But I think Schaefer would agree, as he seems about as committed as you can be, you know, in this world. You know, you never know. You never say never on these things. But if I were to guess right now, an educated guess, I would say he's locked in pretty hard.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair characteristic or fair characterization of it. For me, I think as long as Matt Rule and the staff is there, and he's going to remain relatively committed to it. And he went through the process. He's seen a bunch of schools, and Nebraska is ultimately where he felt the most comfortable and made the biggest push for him. I think that was the other thing too. And let's not forget, if everything goes right, Dylan Raiola goes out the door, and they've shown they're willing to play a freshman quarterback, and that's a big piece of this whole thing. He'd be arriving in January of 2027, and Nebraska might be needing a quarterback at that time.
Yeah. I look at it this way. One more thing, John.
Yeah.
The level of commitment and sort of love that Trey Taylor and his father and others expressed for Nebraska, I would be really taken aback if he just said up and said, "No, I'm going to Ohio State or wherever." So I'd be. Sometimes I'm not taken aback. This one I would be. I'd be like, wait a second. How can you profess that level of I will say love, for lack of a better word, and then not do it? I just wouldn't. To me, it would defy a lot of logic to me.
Well, and that's part of the reason why I asked was, with the peer recruiting that he's done, it would seem to indicate that there's a high level of commitment there. I mean, true commitment there. Now, maybe I'm wrong and I'm misreading this, but I wouldn't expect if someone was a little wishy-washy that they would be doing a whole lot of peer recruiting for the same school that they're going to. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the only way it would make sense if he was wavering was he would still have those relationships for the next school he went to.
Sure.
If you're a quarterback, I think it behooves you to have relationships as you go on this camp circuits and whatnot. To have relationships with receivers, really good receivers, makes sense. And it would make sense whether you're committed, you're not committed, or you're wavering on your commitment. But he does make it clear he's recruiting to Nebraska. Yeah, I just think I just hope the takeaway on this, John, is that I believe this is as committable as a player as you'll find. That's the way I see it.
Steve, I gotta. It might be kind of a tough question to put you on the spot, but I trust that you'll get to an answer here. Who's someone that Nebraska is losing due to just exhausted eligibility, left to go to the NFL, whatever, that you think we're undervaluing how difficult it will be to replace? And I don't mean like the obvious is Ty Robinson or that, but someone beyond that, someone maybe a little bit deeper down the list than a Ty Robinson or a Nash Hutmaker up front. Who's someone that you think Nebraska will be without in 2025? And that's going to be a more challenging replacement than maybe what the general public might think or how has been presented in our coverage this spring and in the offseason.
No, it's a really good question. And my mind, Mike, is always going to go to big now. I mean, it's big players, linemen. And there's three that come to mind. Scott, the center, Scott, Ben Hart, and then Ben Hart. And then I'd say Jamari Butler. I don't think Jamari Butler's, we talk a lot about Ty and Nash. But when Butler, like he flashed against Ohio State.
He was amazing that day.
Yeah, he was amazing. He played like an NFL player that day, and that's what he has that sort of potential. Now, I think he was banged up a lot of the year, but he would have been gigantic. I thought that was a big blow when he left. And then the same, we never talk about Ben Hart or Ben Scott. It doesn't seem like, but those are the guys that come to mind first for me. Unless I'm missing a lineman that left, I could be missing somebody, but I don't think so. Those are the guys. The bigs come to mind first.
What would you say if I suggested John Bullock?
Oh no, he's definitely he'd be high on the list, John.
Because I especially think back, he had a really good first 7-8 games. It wasn't as good at the end, but man, it seemed like every week I was
on fire.
Yeah, I was lauding him. When we do the show with Jack on Friday mornings, I was always giving him a helmet sticker because it always felt like he was involved in something.
Rule pointed out something really important about Bullock, and that is he got his hands on the pigskin a lot. Like he batted balls, he recovered fumbles, he caused them. He was around. I mean, he just got his hand on it a lot, which is not easy to do in that sport. The only reason I don't say him, I wouldn't put him above those other ones, is because Shavers, because Javen Wright, because the kid they brought in, Marquise Watson Trent. I just think they did a good job. They have a good group of guys at that position. And when I say like Shavers might be a star. I mean, so maybe if he realizes his potential, yeah, we won't be talking about John Bullock that much.
Yeah, like a wins above replacement thing. I understand.
Yeah. So that's the main reason I say that, and hopefully you'll get that on the offensive line to a degree, and even up front on defense. But I'm really skeptical, like that they have a guy, or I don't know. I mean, they don't. Do they even have a guy as good as Butler up front right now? I don't know.
Sybil, you mentioned just general fan cynicism, and it leads me sort of to this. Is there any concern from you that if it doesn't work well with the Australian punter, that they are building their entire punting strategy around something where they have no backup? Because Camden Cook doesn't punt in that style.
True.
Like it sort of has to work, right?
It does. It does. It's yeah. No, that's a good way to look. It's kind of like sometimes in your relationships you got to ask some tough questions, and that you got to consider that. If this doesn't work, honey, I'm not sure what we're going to do.
Yeah, I guess it would be one of those things where, okay, so the rugby thing's not working. Do we either train the rugby guy to kick it normal, or do we go back to, traditional coverage tactics? And, you're so far committed into what it is you're going to do that it has to work.
It really does. I think it does, unless there's a plan B type punter that we just don't know about, which I guess is possible. But I mean, Eckler, I know Eckler's fired up about the whole thing. So I'm not, I guess I'm just operating like, okay, he's got this under control. Usually you don't, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I understand that Dan Cherney suffered a pretty significant leg injury when he was here. He was a rugby style punter from Australia. I don't know, a few years ago, whenever that was. It was Frost era. He got hurt. But punters usually don't get hurt. I don't think injury is going to be an issue. If there's an issue, it'd probably be lack of performance. And then, right now on June 3rd, you just got to trust Eckler. Just trust that Eckler knows that this kid's good. And I think that I'm pretty convinced. So I hadn't really pondered your question, but it's a very valid one, Mike.
Well, it's sort of built out of the idea that this is a guy coming from another country who's never played in a college football environment that is now being asked to be the only one on your roster in this style. Like, when I say that it has to work, we're Nebraska, Matt Rule, and Mike Eckler are betting their entire punting plan on someone who has never played this level of organized football with no safety. Like, it is pretty, and it's when we ask ourselves what could get worse for special teams, it's not like they're exactly going the safest route imaginable here. And I'm not saying that's why it's going to go wrong, but when you said the cynicism thing, I was like, well, I can get pretty cynical real quick when you think about the new punter. And I think it'll work fine. It's just that if it doesn't, it really does open the door to what do they do. And so I was curious if you had thought.
Well, maybe they go back to going for it on every fourth down.
No, here's the thing that we're probably leaving out. I believe that Hole can punt. I don't think Alvano does, but I think I think Rule mentioned, you'd have to go back and look at his comments. I think Rule recently mentioned that John Hole, now not rugby style, you'd have to go to conventional.
Yeah.
And I think you could do that. I mean, I think you could go to a conventional scheme in a week if you had to, right? It's not what you'd want to do. You've been training your guys differently for weeks and weeks. But if something happened and it wasn't working, I think, Camden Cook or John Hole, I don't want to, so I guess the counterpoint to all this, I always think, what if Rules listen? What if Eckler's listen? They might just be thinking, you guys are overreacting. We could go to back to a conventional scheme, a pocket scheme, a pocket punter scheme. I don't know if you call it conventional, but pocket punter scheme. And we could train the guys in a week and we'd be just fine. So maybe That's what I'll tell you what. That's what I'd like to think. I hope that's the case.
Steve Sipple of Husker Online. 3 weeks now in a row, Sipple has provided us with a quote for the show. 3 weeks ago, it was, you go to Chili's if you can't get into Applebee's.
Yeah.
Last week, it was, sometimes I decide to watch Your Honor instead of Nebraska baseball. And today, Sipple on Godfather's Pizza, it was always a treat.
The third one's not exactly profound. I mean,
the third one's a very fair answer. There's nothing wrong.
I'm not questioning it.
Nothing wrong with a nice slice of Godfather's Pizza, especially if you're getting it from Columbus.
Yeah, I mean, if Mike's been there, if you never went to the one that we're talking about and never experienced it, I get it. There's no way I can explain the experience. It was, it was right by Pawnee Park. It was usually, if you went there, it was affiliated with some sort of sports occurrence, a sports event, be it Legion baseball or a Columbus High football game over there. It was something, or it was just random spur of the moment. Dad on Sunday said, "We're going to Godfather's," and then that would elicit a lot of joy. I mean, not much in the way of food in Columbus would elicit joy for me as a boy, but that did. Godfather, and I'll tell you,
totally understand.
Taco John's. There was a Taco John's that was oddly good in Columbus, just oddly good. I don't know how to explain it. It was just really good.
Hey, our Taco John's was good too, man.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
It
great.
might just be that you like Taco John's, Sipple.
I do. Listen, they changed their hot sauce a few years ago, and I'm still very upset.
Fremont versus Columbus is seeping out here right now. You've done that twice now. Where
I know, but I relate to Fremont. You relate to Columbus. I'm just saying, maybe the small towns just knowed how to do it better.
It could be. That could be. We're bigger.
Should we
right?
have Sipple pick a number?
Oh yeah, Sip. So Shafe has a book of dad jokes, and we have been randomly picking page numbers for him to read. I believe it goes up to 119. So pick a number between 1 and 119.
Okay.
191.
Right now. I love this exercise. This is a book of bad jokes.
Dad jokes, DAD, but they could be bad jokes.
They are bad
too.
jokes. They are also bad jokes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll pick number 19.
19. Strange that we've done this exercise now 4 times and no one has picked number 69.
Yeah, that is actually shows a sign of maturity.
I thought Josh was gone today. You had to bring Josh into this.
That's true. If Josh would have been here, that would have been the first number out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Page 19, Shafe.
All right. Steve, what do you call it when one cow spies on another?
When one PAL spies on another?
No, cows. COW.
Oh, one cow. Okay. When one cow spies on another. Just hit me with it.
All right. Steve, that would be a stakeout.
Say it again.
It'd be a stakeout.
That's not bad. That's pretty good.
Bad.
Yeah, but it's even better when you have to say it twice.
Stakeout. That's pretty good, actually. Clean jokes. I really appreciate good, clean jokes because they're difficult.
That's why Sip was a huge fan of Bill Cosby. Oh, no. We're not going there. We're not going there.
No, don't do that. That was good, John.
Sip, have a good one, man. Take care.
All right. See you guys. Take care.
There he is, Steve Sipple. That was bad. Stakeout. Good grief. All right, we'll come back. We still have some content to get to. And who knows what else. We're in the happy hour now. We kind of let it flow here on 1620 The Zone. We got another Sipple quote from the last segment. His comment on Taco John's in Columbus. It was oddly good. I can't think of any food I've ever had that I would describe as oddly good.
That's a good.
I mean, if you have something really just off the wall, or some sort of combination that you aren't anticipating that the flavor sensation of these things combined would work, I could see that.
I got one.
Okay.
I just don't think Taco John's would qualify in that.
Yeah.
In college, back at Iowa Western for lunch and dinner or whatever, it was basically a buffet situation.
Sure.
One time it was a weekend. That's usually they got a little looser with it.
Mm.
They made like those deep fried mini tacos that you can get.
Yeah.
And they always had soft serve ice cream. And there was one day I was curious, maybe a little hungover, curious, what happens if I dip the tiny taco in the soft serve vanilla ice cream? It was great. It was delicious. Never did it again, but it was oddly good.
Oddly good. Okay. I suppose you're right. There's probably something. There's some weird combination. Oh, okay. I'll throw one out. So way back when we were having dinner, and we had salad, and usually I went for the Italian dressing. I've been an Italian dressing mark since I was a little kid.
Like the white Italian or the Italian that's like the orange?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
the clear, the vinegar oil, the clear
'cause
stuff.
My dad also liked Italian dressing, but it looked closer to ranch. It tasted different, but it looked closer to ranch.
Yeah, this is the oil. This is like the Olive Garden.
Okay.
Italian. And we ran out. We didn't have any.
Oh no.
And I'm sitting there, and this salad's sitting in front of me, and I'm like, where's the Italian? And at the time, I wasn't a big Dorothy Lynch person. And there was Dorothy Lynch in the house. And I'm like, I can't do this. What am I supposed to eat on this salad? And my dad pipes up and he says, how about how about Worcestershire and mustard? So I went to the fridge, I grabbed the Worcestershire sauce and the bottle of mustard, and I poured them both on the salad. It was oddly good.
Huh.
I actually did it a couple of other times.
Cannot imagine that being good, even in the oddest of senses.
Oddly good.
I'm not a mustard guy, so that's where we're gonna get.
Okay, that's probably where it gets.
And I don't mind Dorothy Lynch. It's not my preferred, but I grew up in a household where that was just the option that you had. If you didn't have ranch, you were gonna end up with Dorothy Lynch. So.
Yeah. No, I love Dorothy Lynch today. It's just back then when I was a kid, I wasn't a big fan, and I really wanted the Italian dressing. And Dad said, well, why don't you put Worcestershire and mustard? And I did, and it turned out oddly good.
Well, I'm glad you had that experience.
I did. Now
you
I
have a sponsored segment, since I just come up with ideas all the time.
You
There's
do.
a
You
sponsored
good ideas.
segment where it's just called Oddly Good, and restaurants submit to you the stuff that they think would be oddly good. It gives them a little publicity.
That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Get the sales department on this.
Yeah. Change the idea, guy. Once again, every time he's on the show, he has bangers.
I know. We just need just give me something off your menu that's like, well, the combination of peanut butter on a hamburger.
Yes, incredible.
That used to. I mean,
That's what I was thinking of when I was trying to think of like a combination that it's not common, but it's become common or commonly accepted.
Yeah.
And, someone would have been like, yeah, it's oddly good. And then it just sort of falls into to kind of what happens. Another route you go with it. Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
When I first had one of those at the old PO Pears in Lincoln, I was like, damn, where has this been all my life? It was oddly good.
First time I had one was Honest Abe's in Lincoln, funny enough.
Yeah.
It changed my entire perspective of what a hamburger could be.
You had the Nero?
No, it was 1880 something or other. This is like 10 years ago.
I don't think, did they have peanut butter on that one?
The one I had, it had peanut butter on it. It was like peanut butter, crushed Ruffles, like this apple jelly.
Oh, it's quite interesting.
It's delicious. It changed my life.
For the Oddly Good segment, it could just be a simple thing where each week he tells you which Nebraska football player was oddly good.
Oddly good.
And it's just sponsored by somebody.
I like this idea. I like this idea. If Stacy's listening, let's get someone on this. We're going to do a new segment.
Oddly Good with Steve Sipple, sponsored by so-and-so every week.
Well, we're just call it Oddly Good. We're just going to take it and we can just run with it. Sipple doesn't even have to be involved in it.
No, I'm just sad because I like the graphic with the little Taco John's logo. Sipple's
that's
car
true.
photo, maybe.
Yeah. I suppose we probably should. Yeah, we got to give. It was.
No, I mean you don't have to. I'm just saying it's if you wanted to keep him involved as the creator of the whole thing. But
I suppose we give him a little bit of credit. Maybe some of the residuals from it. It was oddly good. Oh, Sip says the funniest things.
I love Sip. What a quote machine.
He is. He's a great quote machine. Not to dour the mood a little bit here, but I don't know if you saw this, Shay, or how close you've been paying attention to Twitter, but Jim Marshall has passed away. The legendary
wrong way touchdown runner, Jim Marshall. That's how I knew of him because of that before I even knew that he was very good as a defensive player. It was more so like I think I had saw that clip, like an NFL film style clip of him going the wrong way on a touchdown, or read about it or something. And then I came across the fact that he was part of that like vaunted Minnesota defensive front.
Purple game.
The Purple People Eaters, right?
Yeah, Purple People Eaters. Yeah. It's funny because so when I was just becoming aware of sports, he was at the very end of his career. And at the time, and maybe he still is, does he still hold the consecutive games? Or did Favre eventually beat that out? I don't remember. But he had the consecutive games played record. He was the Cal Ripken of the NFL, which was very impressive given that he was a defensive lineman and played all those years consecutively. So I was aware of him and I knew how great it was. And then I read the book and saw the video of the wrong way run. It was like, oh my God, here's this great player. And he did this, dumb thing. And for those who aren't familiar, so there was a game, it was very early in his career. They were playing the 49ers and the ball gets popped loose and Jim Marshall picks it up and starts running towards, he ran the wrong way. He ran into where the 49ers are trying to score. And as soon as he crosses the goal line, he chucks the ball in the air in celebration, thinking he had just scored a touchdown. Well, because technically that's a fumble through the end zone, it ended up being a safety. And he gave 2 points to the 49ers instead of thinking he scored 6 for Minnesota.
Yeah, it's remarkable that's only happened once, though it is also remarkable it's ever happened. That no one was able to catch him, get him to realize the error of his ways, that he was so discombobulated upon picking up the ball that he didn't think to go in the direction of which he needed to, that he was unaware of the surrounding that was around him or the direction that the end zone would have been or whatever it is.
Right.
It's just all these things had to happen perfectly. And it's both equally wild to me. It's only ever happened once and that it's ever happened at all.
And if I'm not
at the NFL level.
Right. And if I'm not mistaken, didn't one of the 49ers catch up to him right after he did it and was congratulating him? And that's when he realized I've made a mistake. I'm going to have to watch this again during the break. It should be on
I don't
YouTube.
remember the video highlight of it. I think just sort of ends with him throwing the ball in the air. And then that was that.
I'm going to have to double check, but I'll look it up during the break. But Jim Marshall, Viking Hall of Famer, Ring of Honor, legendary player, passed away today. The Minnesota Vikings announced earlier today. When we come back, we have content. Someone got fired today in the NBA, and the Rockies won a baseball game.
Yes, they did.
But if the Rockies won a baseball game and no one was there to watch it, did it really happen?
There was at least two teams worth of people there.
There was a very empty stadium.
By the way, when you type in Jim Marshall in YouTube, it autofills to Jim Marshall runs the wrong way. So you can tell that it's always going to be there. When we come back, we will do all of that and more. Mike Schaefer joining us today for Josh here on 1620 The Zone. But first, a word for Good Guys Save Lives goodguyssavelivesguys.com. This is your chance to help pay it forward, to give after you're gone. Becoming an organ and tissue donor is such a reward for somebody who needs that organ donation, even a tissue donation. You know, folks who have had traumatic cancers or accidents need a bone graft or a skin graft. Donations go to that as well. So it's not just about donating life-saving organs. It's also about tissues. Donated corneas can restore the gift of sight. And if you haven't already checked that box to become an organ and tissue donor, please, I would consider that you consider doing that next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license. Or you can visit goodguyssavelivesguys.com. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter your gender. It doesn't matter your health. Anyone can be a donor. They've had successful donations given by folks who are into their 90s after they have passed, and it won't cost you or your family a single thing after you're gone. So consider paying it forward by being an organ and tissue donor today. Next time you renew that driving, hunting, or fishing license, become an organ and tissue donor. Or for more information, visit goodguyssavelivesguys.com.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
By the way, I did rewatch the video. So one of the 49ers runs up to him and just kind of goes up to him and kind of grabs him by the shoulder. It looks like he's telling him, hey, buddy, thanks for giving us 2 points. It was a crazy play because it was – so the 49ers were back in their own end of the field. It was like at the 10-yard line. And they throw this little screen pass, and the ball gets knocked out, and Marshall comes out of the pile with the football and just starts running towards the 40.
Oh, no.
So, even though if he would have turned around, I mean, he would have had like 20 yards to run to score for Minnesota. Incredible play. All right, Nick, what do we got in content?
The Knicks have fired Tom Thibodeau after losing in the Eastern Finals. Is that what the Knicks were missing? A better coach?
I don't know, Shave. I didn't think that was the reason why the Knicks weren't any good. I mean, the Knicks exceeded what they were supposed to do by seed this year.
Do we know if coaching matters that much in the NBA? Because Mike Malone's getting fired before things end with the Nuggets in the regular season, and they just won a title a couple years earlier. And you have, the thing with Tom Thibodeau is he basically has sort of grinded his way out of town at his previous couple stops. And so you wonder if the relationship with the players wasn't that good towards the end, or if they were looking for a different style coach or what have you. But it just seems to always go this way for him. I just come back to this. I truly don't know how much a coach in the NBA really matters, because they're treated just like it's kind of window dressing almost.
Well, I mean, they fire coaches right before the playoffs start, like with Malone, who, by the way, is the odds-on favorite to be the next Knicks coach.
Which makes me wonder if they just wanted Mike Malone, and
that could be too.
Right, and so maybe this is their opportunity to get Mike Malone, and you prefer that style over the style of Tom Thibodeau. And Knicks being the Knicks, they generally find a way to stand in front of their own success and prevent it from happening. So,
well, maybe the Knicks were just tired of having a coach who always looks like he's having an ulcer every time they show him on the sideline.
He is a walking ulcer. I mean, and he has. I think Derrick Rose's career plays out probably a little bit different if Tom Thibodeau isn't his coach, and a few other things as well. Like he's not innocent of all of this either, but. It just makes you wonder, what are you supposed to do if you're a head coach in the NBA? But at the same time, I'm sure he's got a generous buyout package, and so no one should feel that bad for him. And he'll pop up as a coach somewhere else, because it is a retread cycle over and over and over.
The least reliable of football's metrics, the ESPN FPI, has Nebraska 25th. Should you guys be excited?
I mean, this would make me less excited, because I don't trust ESPN's FPI. I mean, they literally have a guy in-house, friend of the program, Bill Connolly, who does his own metric that is proven to be pretty good, and yet they still continue to promote their own broken FPI. But there they are, Nebraska number 25. So I guess this means expect a 5-win season.
I too have enjoyed just wild swings of FPI over the last few years. I really enjoy when they give you the predictor, like who's going to win based on their own metric that's in-house, that has very little to do with anything that's actually seemingly happened on the football field, or isn't really designed to predict the future in the way that they claim that it will. So I would much rather have Bill Connolly's work and his metrics and formula and his analysis over FBI all day long. I have been a big proponent that the thing that Nebraska needs is for no one to be discussing them, that they can come from the back of the pack.
Yeah.
They are not viewed as a dark horse, that they're just viewed as a college football team.
Can that include us? Can we just talk about baseball until the very first game at Arrowhead?
I don't think Mr. Football, who sits in the chair to my left, would ever allow that to happen.
Mr. Football is not here today, is he?
Well, but he'll be back tomorrow.
Texas Tech eliminated the 4-time defending champ Oklahoma at the Women's College World Series. Now, $1 million pitcher Nigeri Kennedy, who has thrown every pitch for the Red Raiders in this event, will meet Texas for the title. Who are you rooting for?
Are we going anti-Texas here just because it's Texas, or do we root for Kennedy, who was brought to Texas Tech specifically for this one task and got paid very handsomely for it?
I'm good with Texas Tech here. I don't have any problem with this. I mean, it's fresh blood in the championship game. So that works for me. It's all part of the NIL world as it is. So
has Texas ever won a softball title? I don't think so.
That I don't know.
I don't think they have.
I don't know.
That said, I mean, it's always horns down, baby. It's always horns down.
As we talked about earlier, my Rockies won their 10th game of the season. Coincidentally, the game was also played in front of about 10 fans, as the scene from Marlins Park suggests.
Check out, this is the moment where the Marlins come onto the field. We got the light show going. And if I kept this screenshot up long enough, you would be able to count every fan. I think you would be able to count every fan if I could freeze frame that and be able to identify exactly how many people were there at the park last night.
I'm not surprised. It really does kind of show you what the Coors Field effect does to that kind of team. It really does.
Oh, so you're saying that the reason the Rockies are 10-50 is because of Coors Field?
No, I'm saying Coors Field is the reason they have as many people at their games at Coors Field as they do.
Well, there's probably some truth to that.
Well, and it's a great road trip for a visiting team. I mean, people will pick that out as if you're going to go fly somewhere to watch your team play. Going to Denver because of the downtown ballpark, the convenience of all of it works out really well. And then it's another sad sack franchise that barely has fans anyways. It'd be like if they played the Rays, you'd have the same looking thing. I mean, it's just the reality of having baseball teams in Florida is they don't really support them. I mean, they're just not. It's frustrating to me because I think there's other areas in the country that would support baseball teams at a higher level than what you're going to get out of the Marlins and certainly the Rays. So who can conveniently slide into a minor league baseball park because nobody in Tampa cares at all. So does Colorado play in George Steinbrenner Field in some point later this year? No, did they open the season there? I think they did.
Yeah, the Rockies played the Rays in the opener.
Yes, that's already done. So we won't get to see an even smaller assembly of fans.
By the way, moving off of this bad team, the Longhorn softball has never won a Women's College World Series, but they've made 8 appearances, and they were runners-up in 22 and 24.
To Oklahoma.
It
was a huge event because Oklahoma had won how many in a row preceding last night? Yeah.
4.
So, I mean, the Texas Tech has thrown its money around in the college football world with its oil money that it has chosen to spend on various sports, and they may very well end up with a title out of it.
A tweet from Orlando Sentinel sports reporter Matt Marshall is about to hit the screen. I will read it and you react. Scott Frost isn't a huge video game guy, but that might change after the UCF coach is set to be among 300 coaches to make an appearance in the latest EA Sports college video game.
Isn't Golden Tee a video game?
Yes.
I was wondering if that's where this was going.
It's actually a simulator.
Definitely not a simulator. And I can't not think about Golden Tee without thinking about a story I was told at a bar from someone who was explaining to me they watched a guy's wedding ring get caught in the rolly ball and it flayed his finger because of the emotion of it. And so that's all I can think of now. And so I'm happy to pass that along to you guys and your listeners.
I did a full body.
It's cringeworthy.
Oh my
God. So
God.
anytime I see Golden Tee, that's what it does to me. So now that I can spread the joy, I am happy.
That must have been a hell of an aggressive roll.
People, you've watched people play Golden Tee, right? Like they're not.
Oh, I know, but
it's not a game of finesse.
I mean, the OG game with the roller ball was the Atari sit-down game with the X's versus the O's. That was at Godfather's in Fremont. We played the crap out of that. And, of course, to run, you had to roll the thing as fast as you could. Mm-hmm. Oh, man, I don't think I'll ever play a game of Golden Tee again.
It's terrible.
By the way, if Scott Frost is going to be in EA Sports college football, can his dented truck be in it too?
I might take over UCF just to fire him. The Savannah Bananas will be on the CW on Sunday, the 27th. You're going to watch, right?
Schaefer, you're going to watch this stuff?
I probably won't, but I have actually met and seen people out wearing Savannah Bananas gear, and they say that they watch it on YouTube a lot. And, I mean, we're talking about younger kids. And,
Sure.
I watch Banana Ball sometimes.
You know, like anytime baseball can grow with a younger generation, great. I don't know how much this can extrapolate to other baseball, but it's good for the sport, and people seem to really enjoy it. I mean, they are selling out stadiums in a lot of places. It is
They sold out
massively
Clemson.
popular. Yeah.
Yeah, they played at Clemson's football stadium, and they sold that out. They sold out the Angels 2 nights in a row.
Did they sell out Kaufman?
Did they play in Kaufman? I don't know. Did they? I'm sure they probably did pretty well. I would like to know, because, I mean, you're right, with, bringing in youth to baseball. I'd be curious to know, because I grew up in an era where the Globetrotters were a huge deal. And when they were on Wide World of Sports, that was a big thing to watch. Or if they came to Omaha. And how much that correlated to people being interested in basketball. Because I would be curious to know if this will bring youth into baseball, or if, because the real game of baseball is nothing like the Savannah Bananas, that they won't be interested in it.
Yeah,
Tonight,
that's going to definitely be. Oh,
sorry, Chef. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that you were continuing, Nick. No, go ahead. You go ahead, Nick. I'm having audio issues over here, so I apologize.
Tonight is the 45th anniversary of the Night of the Twisters, when 7 tornadoes struck Grand Island over a 3-hour period. How do you think you would have reacted in such a moment?
Depends on what age I would have been. If I would have been the age I was when the Night of the Twisters happened, I would have been petrified. I would probably still be affected by it today.
I only think of the Night of the Twisters because it was 4th grade reading for us. And then they had us watch the made-for-television movie with Devin Sawa, who was the quarterback in Little Giants, if you need to place him in specifically in a movie as to who that is. So when everyone was remembering the big Omaha tornado the other day, I was basically tweeting about how the only tornadoes I recognized from Nebraska are the Night of the Twisters, only because of that movie. So
I've never seen the movie. I've never seen the movie.
It is terrible.
I'm not surprised.
You're not shocked, yeah.
I'm not surprised. Though we were in, so this is 1980, so I was 8, 9 years old. We went to Grand Island. I want to say it was within, well, let's see, this is June. I bet it was within a month of that happening. And I still remember seeing the damage, and I was like, it's eerie when you see things that you know are supposed to be there and aren't, and there's trees that are supposed to be there and aren't, and it's all just blown off the map. It's eerie. It's very eerie.
And to have that many touchdown in a population center like that.
Yes.
I mean, it was the photos. I only know the photos that were in the back of that book, and it was unlike anything I think I had seen at that point in 4th grade.
There is a hill in Grand Island. It's in one of their parks. It's called Tornado Hill. It's because that's where they took all the rubble and they just piled it up, and then they covered it with dirt, and it became a big hill, big sledding hill in Grand Island. All right. When we come back, what's for dinner? Next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
All right, what's for dinner? By the way, man of baseball who sometimes dabbles in basketball, Jacob Padilla, does correct us. It is pronounced Thibodeau, but people, because his nickname is Tibbs, they sometimes say it's Thibodeau. But apparently it is Thibodeau.
I was right.
There we go.
All right. What are you having for dinner, Shave?
I'm going to have Wingstop for the first time ever in my
Really?
life.
You've never had it?
Interesting.
Never had it. Didn't have it, obviously, growing up in Columbus. Lincoln didn't have them until recently. And my wife sent a text earlier that she was hungry for wings. And so then she determined this is the place that she wanted. And I'm going to get the garlic parmesan and the lemon pepper. That's what I'm going
both
with.
of those are my go-tos from there.
All right.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They're good.
I actually had their chicken strips a few weeks ago, and I'm trying to remember. It was like a spicy barbecue dusting or something. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, they do have a spicy barbecue, something like that.
Yeah, I was trying to remember exactly what it was. I have to look, but it was really good.
I'm not very big on their fries personally, but everybody else seems to like them. They just don't do it for me.
I have no idea what's for dinner tonight. Last night it was leftover chicken and salad.
Nice. Last night I had what I fondly refer to as a 45-minute sandwich. It's just a big-ass Scooby-Doo style sandwich where you go all out on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it takes 45 minutes to eat if you eat the whole thing. That's why it's called a 45-minute sandwich. Tonight, I also have no idea.
So what is on the 45-minute sandwich?
It could be anything. It could be anything you want on the sandwich.
So it's all about the size.
It's like an experience is what it is, you know?
So if you wanted to have like some ham, turkey, some pretzels, a few chocolate chips, if
that's what you want, yeah. If that's what you
I don't know. I mean, when you say it's anything you want, I don't understand. Are you just taking leftovers and putting them on bread?
No.
Is there a
plan?
It's whatever's in the meat drawer.
You get the good deli meat, you get the good cheese, you get the fancy mustard, you go all out on this big Scooby-Doo ass style sandwich.
Okay. Shave, thanks.
Bye.
Talk to you later.